Hey guy, how are all of you beautiful people? Hope all of you are doing fine, and yes, this is the next part of my Marvel Girlfriend is Spider-Girl, where I traveled to the Marvel world and became a transfer student at Empire State University. He also raised a traveling frog that could bring back specialties for him from different dimensions. So let's start without any delay. Tony was lying on the sofa with a pale face. He could only helplessly watch as Obadiah took the arc reactor and walked away. A few minutes later, Tony gradually regained his mobility. He roughly stood up from the sofa, moving towards his studio step by step. In the studio, there was another arc reactor. It was the one he originally made in a cave with a simple environment. After the new arc reactor was replaced at that time, Tony asked Pepper to dispose of it. But Pepper turned it into a souvenir for Tony. Because it was sent by Pepper, Tony kept it. Unexpectedly, it has become a lifesaver now. At the door, Rhodes and Yinsen arrived at the same time. The two looked at each other and Rhodes immediately said, "Let's split up. You look on the first floor, I will look on the basement." After the two rushed in, they began to look for Tony. Yinsen wandered around the first floor and found no trace of Tony. In the basement, as soon as Rhodes arrived at the door of the studio, he saw Tony lying on the ground. There were shards of glass all around. "Tony, are you all right?" "Tony." Rhodes helped Tony up. On Tony's chest, the old arc reactor had been placed. Seeing Rhodes coming, Tony grabbed Rhodes and asked, "Where's Potts? Is she okay?" Rhodes comforted, "Don't worry, I already sent someone over before coming here. All Stark Industries employees have also been evacuated. Now they're going to arrest Obadiah." At this time, Yinsen also ran down. "Tony, are you okay?" "I'm not dead yet. It seems that next time I will have to leave someone if I'm alone at home to guard it." Seeing that Tony was still joking, Rhodes and Yinsen knew he was okay. "Help me up." Rhodes and Yinsen helped Tony up together and then he asked, "You just said, how many people went to Stark Industries?" "Now, a dozen or so are protecting Pepper." "Not enough." Tony knew very well what Obadiah wanted to do with the arc reactor that he took from him. He came to the edge of the console and dug out one of the buttons. Jarvis, who has activated again, immediately analyzed the situation and joked, "Sir, your state doesn't seem to be very good." "I'm good, I've rested for a while." "Prepare the armor." Looking at Tony wearing the steel armor, Rhodes couldn't help but sigh, "This is really the coolest thing I've ever seen." "Thank you for the compliment. Get ready for action." Equipped with the new armor, Tony stepped out of Jarvis' robotic arm. "Do I need to do anything more?" Rhodes asked. "Clear the sky." After speaking, Tony flew into the sky. "Cool." Before leaving, Rhodes looked at Mark II suit in Tony's studio. "Next time I come, I will definitely wear you." Only Yinsen was left on the scene. Seeing the place in a mess, Yinsen pursed his lips. "Okay, I'll clean this again." Tony, who was flying in the sky, immediately received a warning from Jarvis, "Sir, your reactor capacity is insufficient. This reactor was not designed for warframes. Display the remaining capacity on the screen in real time, I'll measure it myself." "Yes sir." "Call Potts." Stark Industries gate. Pepper panicked and ran outside the building. Just now she took Coulson and others to find the 16th district. When she thought she could catch Obadiah, he in return, rushed out wearing a large macaw and scattered them all. Pepper, who just ran out of Stark Industries, immediately received a call from Tony. "Tony, are you all right? I'm fine, where are you now? Tony, I'm telling you. Obadiah is crazy. He made. Before she finished speaking, Pepper felt a violent vibration on the ground. Potts, get out of there now. Quick, said Tony. In front of Pepper, the ground was quickly pushed up by something. A huge macaw climbed up from the ground. Did you know that the suit made by Tony is called Mark, and mine is called Ironmonger? Obadiah in Ironmonger said confidently, now, let's see how you escape. Obadiah raised the weapon in his hand, intending to kill Pepper directly. Obadiah! In the sky, Tony's angry voice sounded. Obadiah steered the Ironmonger and turned around, seeing Tony arrive. The heavy machine gun on his arm sprayed in his direction quickly. Tony rushed to the front of Obadiah at once, and the powerful impact knocked Obadiah directly back to the ground. And this scene was also captured by a surveillance camera at the entrance of Stark Industries. At the Stacy household, I happily had dinner with Gwen's family. In addition to Western dishes for dinner, I also showed his skills and cooked 2 Oriental dishes, earning praise from Gwen's mother, saying, delicious. She also planned to let I come to the house frequently in the future. George was also very satisfied with the food. Finally not having to eat that lemon-jealous fish. While they were eating on the side, the TV reported that Spider-Woman helped people. Gwen also watched with interest. After all, it was her who was being reported. George on the side frowned when he saw the news about Spider-Woman. Although they had cooperated before, he still disliked these masked vigilantes. He picked up the remote and turned off the TV, then he looked at I and asked, "Do you like Spider-Man?" Gwen next to I was stagnant. Her feet under the dining table immediately moved motioning I to say what his father liked. If I fell out with her father in order to protect her, that was the last thing she wanted to see. I glanced at Gwen and gave her a reassuring look. After wiping his mouth, I asked back, "Don't Uncle George like Spider-Woman?" George took a breath and said, "I don't like this masked vigilante who claims to be righteous. Any crime should be handed over to the law to punish, not violence like them. If everyone follows them, won't society soon be in chaos? This is not justice." This remark made Gwen also silent. I smiled, and it was not difficult to see from George's answer that he was a person with strong principles. "Then Uncle George, have you ever wondered why everyone likes Spider-Woman?" This question surprised George for a moment. He really didn't think about it. "Why?" George asked. I continued, "When a person faces a robbery, of course, he thinks that someone can come down from the sky to save him. Instead of waiting for the man who robbed him to be punished by law and justice. And before that person is punished by law and justice, he has already wounded or killed someone. Then does such justice make any difference to the wounded or the dead? Is late justice still justice?" George fell silent for a moment. "Is late justice still justice?" I went on to add, "The difference between what Spider-Woman and Daredevil and what the police do is just that they put on masks." The table was quiet for a while. At this moment, I's mobile phone on the table shook, breaking the awkward silence on the dining table. George signaled that I could handle his own affairs. I nodded and turned on his phone. It was a video from Red Queen. Tony and Obadiah. Just by looking at the freeze frame of the video, he directly understood what was going on without even playing it. Tony is now fighting with Obadiah. I glanced at George, and the the chief of the New York Police Department, should be informed soon. Because the spread of this battle will be very wide. Any friend looking for you. If you need to leave, you can leave first. George said generously. I smiled and turned off the phone. No, a wrong text message. Let's continue to eat. George smiled and raised the wine glass in his hand. Come, let's toast I's first visit to our house. They then clinked their cups together. It's just that they didn't drink alcohol, they drank juice. And then, just as I expected, George's cell phone rang. George picked it up and saw that it was the phone number of the police department. Apologizing to the people at the table, I'm sorry, I'll be taking the call. George, who went to the living room to answer the phone, gradually had a solemn face as he replied, Okay, I'll be there soon. After hanging up the phone, George walked to the table and picked up his clothes. I'm sorry, Gwen, There's something urgent, I have to deal with it first. Eat slowly. Dad, did something urgent happen? George thought for a while, then said, there are two robots fighting and hitting the Midtown Bridge. It caused a little bit of an impact and now it has to be addressed. Two robots. Gwen's eyes narrowed. After George left, Gwen immediately gave a look. Didn't you say you wanted to teach me about some experiments? Yes, wanna start now? Gwen nodded. I've just eaten and my head is relatively clear. Mom, and I'll go to the room to study first. Gwen's mother nodded. Go, I'll clean up here. Thank you, Mom. Gwen kissed her mother's cheek and took upstairs back to the room. After returning to the room, Gwen immediately turned on the computer. Red, what happened to the Midtown Bridge now? Red Queen instantly showed the live video of the robots in response. Sure enough, two robots fought on the Midtown Bridge. And the two of them are a bit like the people who helped us deal with Connors in the sewers that day. I glanced at it. They are obviously a lot different. Okay, where is it alike? Gwen looked again. Because of the two's battle, the people nearby were all being affected. While the small robot was careful not to hurt the people, it also had to guard against the attacks from the larger robot. There were more innocent victims around due to the large robot's indiscriminate attack. Who was good and who was bad? Gwen saw it all at once. Seeing it all play out, Gwen already understood, if not obvious enough, which of the two robots were good or bad. Wait for me here. I'll go to the Midtown Bridge to help. I nodded. Go, remember to come back early. Gwen hummed, and then her face suddenly turned red as her hands were about to change clothes. Looking at who was staring at her, she said, turn around and don't peek. Waved his hand helplessly and turned around. The sound of rustling and changing clothes came from behind. After a while, Gwen opened the window. Wait for me to come back. Go, be safe. After confirming that Gwen was far away, I didn't idle around and said, Iron Man vs. Ironmonger, I don't want to miss this good show. Moreover, Tony's victory or defeat is directly related to his property. On the Midtown Bridge, traffic has been completely stopped due to the destruction of the Ironmonger caused. There were damaged vehicles all around, some are even blazing. Tony looked at Obadiah as Ironmonger and knew that he couldn't continue to fight here, otherwise, it would only hurt more innocent people. Tony glanced up at the sky. Jarvis immediately reminded, Sir, the energy is insufficient, and the altitude you can fly is limited. Tony's face turned horizontal and said, report in time and fly to the limit. Obadiah saw Tony flying into the sky and he immediately activated Ironmonger's flight function, ready to catch up. It was at this time that police detectives rushed to the scene one after another to maintain law and order. Among them was George, who came from home, and their home was not particularly far from the Midtown Bridge. As soon as he got here, George ordered that the organization begin to save people and evacuate the crowd. "Save my child, save my child." A painful cry immediately caught George's attention. He saw 2 or 3 detectives dragging a woman covered in blood. The woman looked at a car on the edge of the bridge in pain. The car had a child seat in the back with a baby in it. He was crying at this time. However, the car had already reached the edge of the bridge and was crumbling, and now it was very likely to destroy the balance with a little external force. The whole car fell off the bridge. "Tony, I forgot to tell you. My jet flight was specially modified." Inside the Ironmonger, Obadiah's voice came out. Immediately after that, Ironmonger's legs were deformed rapidly. Countless flames shot out. A small air wave rolled away with the Ironmonger as the center and hit the car with the baby. The car lost its balance and fell towards the bridge. "No!" George chased after. Air waves swept. The sedan stuck on the edge of the bridge swayed for a while. A few moments later, it fell directly towards the underside of the bridge. George tried his best to pounce on the car, but to no avail. He could only watch helplessly as the car fell from the bridge. The mother of the baby behind him saw the explosion that burst out from the fight. So she pushed the police detectives who were dragging her away and rushed towards the direction where the car fell. Just as they thought there was no hope in saving the baby, a white spider web suddenly shot out from above the bridge. Spider-Woman had finally arrived. It directly stuck to the front of the car, and it stretched and swayed a few times. The car finally stopped falling. George looked down at the spider web and saw that above the bridge, Spider-Woman was hugging the bridge's edge with her hand. The other hand grabbed the spider web tightly. "Officer George, I'll pull it up, you save the child." "No problem." Gwen adjusted her position, freed her other hand, and shot another spider web that stuck to the rear of the car. Keeping the car balanced from one end, and she slowly pulled up. When the car was approaching the bridge deck, a few police detectives came over and pulled it over. Successfully retrieved the baby inside the car and handed him to his mother. Gwen, who rescued the child, breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, I caught up." At the same time, she looked at the sky angrily. If it weren't for the fact that 2 robots were flying too high and the spider web could not reach that far, Gwen thought that she would drag the Ironmonger straight from the sky and beat him. The ground rescue work below is, of course, handed over to the police detectives. Gwen stood on the bridge and watched the battle in the sky. She has already decided that when the group comes down, she must beat him up. After saving people, George looked at Spider-Woman above. All that echoed in his mind was what I said to him tonight. Is late justice still justice? If Spider-Woman didn't come tonight, the mother would have lost a lovely child. In this way, even if the law punishes the person behind the Big Mac, what does it mean to this mother? "Spider-Woman!" George shouted loudly. Gwen turned her head suspiciously. "What's the matter, Officer George? Do you want to drive me away? Don't forget you just..." Before she could finish speaking, Gwen heard George say, "Thank you." This caught Gwen a little off guard and could only reply, "You're welcome." The atmosphere suddenly became a little awkward, like at the dinner table. Gwen simply turned her head and continued to look at the sky. George wiped his nose and continued to direct his men to rescue. On another high-rise building, AI, who was wearing the Emperor's armor, watched this scene, and the corner of his mouth unconsciously rose in a smile. Then he turned his eyes to the sky. These two figures of Tony and Obadiah shortly attracted the attention of America's military. After all, it was not long ago that Tony damaged a F-22 fighter jet. One of the pilots, who recognized him, said, "You won't believe it, sir. This thing is back." The person who was in charge of monitoring decided to immediately notify the higher-ups. "Get on the major's phone and order the jets to scramble. We're going to call them down." At this time, Rhodes came to the side of the operator and hung up the phone. In an official tone, he said, "Don't be nervous, everyone. It's just a training exercise." "Yes, sir." In the air, Tony flew with all his strength. Jarvis kept reporting the remaining energy of the arc reactor. 11% energy remaining. "Jarvis, just put it on the screen." "Keep flying." "Okay, sir." Jarvis quieted down, and Tony glanced at the ironmonger behind him getting closer. "Tony, stop struggling. I can still fly faster." Obadiah's voice came from behind. Tony ignored him and continued to fly up. "The cat and mouse game is over, Tony." The flames under the Iron Overlord's feet suddenly became even more dazzling and bright. Approaching Tony, he lifted one hand, grabbed Tony's foot and pulled the Stark back directly. Obadiah said proudly, "Tony, you didn't expect it, right? My armor is more advanced than yours in every way. More perfect." Tony put on a sneer, waiting for this time. "Then how did you solve the problem of high-altitude surface icing?" "Icing problems?" Obadiah didn't understand what Tony was talking about. But in the next second, he fully understood. All the electronic displays in front of him burst into red with a warning and then suddenly went black. Ironmonger completely lost his mobility. Tony knocked Ironmonger on the head and made a clanging sound. The Ironmonger fell directly from the sky. "Obviously, you don't understand." But Tony wasn't feeling well either. The power of his arc reactor was not enough to support his flight, and it also fell down. However, with the support of the remaining energy, it did not fall so fast. On the bridge, Gwen soon saw the big guy fall, but just as he was about to fall to the ground, flames spewed from the soles of his feet, delaying the fall for him. "Red, where is that direction?" "Stark Industries." "Okay, let's go over and find him to settle accounts." As soon as Gwen's web swayed, she went towards Stark Industries. Seeing Gwen leaving, I felt a strange feeling in his heart. Could it be that it will eventually evolve into Spider-Woman, Iron Man and Ironmonger three-way battle? I also followed curiously. Tony fell from the sky, and then the remaining energy was buffered, which was a near-miss landing. He also thought he had solved Obadiah. After landing, Tony immediately informed Pepper Potts. "Tony. How are you?" Hearing Tony's voice, Pepper immediately asked about Tony's condition. "I'm running out of power soon, I have to take off this thing quickly, I'll go right over." In order to save the last bit of electricity, Tony tore off the palm gun on one side. Just as he was about to take off his helmet, there was a flutter of shaking and the sound of macaws behind him. Tony knew right away that Obadiah wasn't dead. "Good idea, Tony." Revealing himself behind, Obadiah raised a hand and hit Tony. Tony immediately closed his helmet to escape. While dodging, he subconsciously pointed his palm towards Obadiah, but at this time Tony didn't have a palm cannon to use. "Shit!" Tony exclaimed. Obadiah wouldn't give Tony a chance to react. He directly raised his other hand and hammered Tony away. Tony, accept your failure. Looking at Tony, who flew in with the last bit of strength, Obadiah took Tony's punch without dodging. Then put Tony, including the macaw, in his arms and squeeze it hard. Die, Tony. Report weapon status. Energy cannons fail, missiles fail. On Tony's monitor, he was holding all kinds of errors in disbelief. Hey you! It's not right to bully kids. At this time, Spider-Woman arrived. Gwen, holding the webbing in her hand, smashed a manhole cover at Obadiah's head. The powerful impact directly made Obadiah let go of Tony. The rescued Tony was a little dizzy. Thank you, but I'm not a child. Gwen took a look and said, but he's a big guy. You're right, affirmed Tony. Who are you? Spider-Woman. Tony adjusted his state and said, maybe the two of us can beat him now. All my weapon systems are disabled. Gwen thought for a moment, then asked, do you have any good ideas then? If you can take off his mask, and give him a few punches, it will probably be over. No problem, it's a simple thing to do. Tony smiled bitterly and sounded, I hope you didn't talk too much. I only have incendiary bomb left. I can't give you fire support. Gwen looked at the guys in front and asked, can your incendiary bomb go right into it? If you can meet him, no problem. Tony confessed. Obadiah, who was smashed by Gwen, and his head was a little dazed. Looking at Gwen, he said, who are you? Where did you come from? Actually, I prefer people to call me Spider-Woman. Little guy, ready to go. Tony gritted his teeth, I told you, don't call me little guy. Tony used this remaining energy to rush to Obadiah again. Looking at Tony, who came to him was tantamount to dying, Obadiah sneered and raised a hand to grab Tony. This time he wanted to grab Tony with one hand. Tony, who was caught, inserted his hand into the gap of Ironmonger's armor. It's now, Jarvis. Release the incendiary bomb. The flames suddenly poured into the interior along the gap. Although it can't cause actual damage to Obadiah, it is enough to make him uncomfortable for a while. Spider-Girl, it's your turn. Tony never wanted to lose to others with his vicious tongue. Gwen jumped up quickly and kicked Obadiah directly with one kick. Holding the manhole cover just now in her hand, she just smashed it a few times against Obadiah's head. Obadiah, who was already a little dazed, was even more confused at this time. Gwen paid attention to his armor and finally found the gap between the mask and the neck. Inserting her hand into the gap, she then violently pulled it back, along with the wirings inside Obadiah's armor. Tony was shocked when he saw this scene. Opening the helm of his armor, Obadiah's face appeared in front of Gwen. Gwen's first comment was, "You look so ugly. No wonder he built such an ugly suit." But the last sentence was meant for her mind to say but unconsciously got out her mouth. "Little bug, you have completely pissed me off." Obadiah controlled the mechanical arm and grabbed Gwen. Gwen raised her fist. "You were the one who annoyed me first, ugly guy." Releasing a punch, it directly hit Obadiah's face. How powerful is Gwen? Even Connors, who mutated and had the ability to regenerate at the beginning, would be beaten by a punch. What's more, Obadiah just has a mortal body under the Ironmonger armor. Just one punch knocked him unconscious. The robotic arm hangs down weakly. Gwen, who was worried, punched Obadiah again, making sure that his breath was so weak that he won't wake up. Then she clapped her hands with satisfaction. "It's done." Turning to look at Tony behind her. The very tired Tony also sat down weakly, opened his helmet and lay directly on the ground. "Thanks, Spider-Woman." Tony didn't dare to call her the Spider-Girl again. "Obadiah's end came here." Gwen nodded in satisfaction, then said, "It was a pleasure working with you, bye." "Goodbye." Tony raised his hand weakly. Pepper and others also ran to Tony's side at this time. I, who was standing on the roof, watched this scene and nodded with satisfaction. Although the process is somewhat deviated from the movie version, the end result was not bad. Tony won. Next, Tony will take back his crown that was the Stark Industries, and Stark Industries will also usher in a transformation. Then the stock will surge. And I can make a lot of money lying down. Looking down, Stark Industries was dealing with the aftermath, and I didn't plan to stay any longer. He went straight back to Gwen's room and waited for Gwen to come back. With the Red Queen, naturally, he didn't worry about Gwen's mother's surprise inspection. Not long after I returned to the room. Gwen also came to the window with the spider web. She excitedly took off her hood, and said excitedly to I just beat down a big guy. He was really huge. Gwen described to I everything that happened after she left. At the end, Gwen leaned over to I's side and said happily, "Captain George just said thank you to me." And what could make her happier than his father's acceptance? I nodded. It seems that he doesn't hate Spider-Woman so much now. Inside Kingpin's office. Kingpin smashed the table into a big hole with one punch in anger and looked in the direction of Stark Industries with fire blazing in his eyes. "Obadiah, you bastard." As soon as the battle started, Kingpin began to pay attention to it. With his network, the battle was shared with him almost in real time. When he saw Obadiah crushing Tony one-sidedly, he was overjoyed. Not long after, his great ambitions began. But in the end, Spider-Woman appeared. He is very sure that if it weren't for Spider-Woman, Obadiah would not have lost tonight, and Stark Industries would have completely changed its name after tonight. Spider-Woman. Kingpin's eyes were deep and he looked at the blazing Midtown Bridge, no one knowing what he was planning. "Boss, there is the latest news." A subordinate walked in and said respectfully to Jinbing's back. "Speak." "Tony has been secretly escorted to the hospital by the military." "What are we going to?" The subordinate stopped talking and waited for the Kingpin to make a decision. Kingpin snorted coldly, "It doesn't matter to us whether Tony dies or not, it's just that I hope the other person dies now." "Who?" "Spider-Woman. Try to find out the true identity of Spider-Woman. I will make her pay for her meddling tonight." "Understood, Boss Kingpin." Another street in New York. A bald woman in a monk costume stood on the roof, looking in the direction of Stark Industries. "Tony Stark. Unfortunately, he's not the best candidate yet." At this moment, a golden circle of light appeared out of thin air behind her and a black man came out. He looked at the back of the bald woman in front of him and said respectfully, "Master, Kesalius escaped." The bald woman turned around and said calmly, "It doesn't matter, he will come back." "Over there, what happened?" The black man looked at the firelight in the distance, and the sirens blaring throughout New York. The bald woman glanced at it, and then said, "It's nothing, the birth of a hero often follows disaster. Let's go." "Master, where are you going?" "Back to Carmartage, New York has been guarded, I can leave for a while." In front of the two of them, a golden portal opened. On the other side of the portal, it looked like a quaint palace. In a square, a group of monks seemed to be cultivating some method. As the two stepped in, the portal disappeared. Peace was restored on the rooftop as if nothing had happened. On the SHIELD mothership, Nick Fury finished watching the entire battle, and originally had a cold sweat for Tony. Fortunately, Spider-Woman appeared. Otherwise, there will be no candidates for the Avengers that I finally found. Fury thought. Hill came behind Nick Fury and handed over a cell phone. Coulson reports the situation. Nick Fury took the call. Coulson, where are you now? Director, we're in Tony's private hospital right now, and I think in order to minimize the impact, we need to make a little alibi for Tony to keep him out of the whirlpool of fishing reels. So we can talk to him about what's next. Nick Fury thought about it and it made sense. Coulson was enlightened, too. No problem, I'll have someone do it right away. Agent Hill. Just create a little evidence that Tony went to the island for a vacation tonight, and find a few Secret Service witnesses. Hill stepped forward and took the phone from Nick Fury. Understood, Director. Nick Fury looked at the firelit Midtown Bridge on the big screen and said to himself, Tony, looks like it's time for us to meet. Stacy household, front door. Auntie, thank you for your hospitality. I'll go back first. I said goodbye to Gwen's mother at the door. Gwen's mother said apologetically, sorry, her father is such a person. It was he who invited you over for dinner, but he left early. I smiled and said, it's okay. Next time I have a chance, I'll invite you to my house for dinner. Gwen, who was behind him, also said goodbye to I. When I returned home, he first harvested a wave of 4-leaf clovers and then glanced at the Pokemon egg in the room. It will hatch in 2 days. Looking at the egg, I said, little guy, you have to be more aggressive. Red. Here, master. Search New York to see if there's a bigger house that's suitable for your whole house control. We're going to change houses in a few days. Okay, master. The next morning. In a private hospital, Tony was sitting on the bed in his hospital gown. Just after some tests, Pepper came in, holding the clothes Tony was going to use today. Tony, get ready to change. It looks like Rhodes can't handle it anymore. In the conference hall of the hospital, it was already crowded with reporters at this time. Rhodes was sitting down with some innocuous clarification about what happened last night. But these reporters basically came to see Tony today. Inside the ward, Tony changed his clothes and held today's newspaper in his hand, which reported what happened last night. Pepper stood beside him and arranged his hairstyle. Iron Man, this name is quite good, I like it. Pepper gave him a white look and didn't say anything to him. At this time, Coulson came in and handed Tony a manuscript. This is what you're going to say. We've arranged witnesses for you. You were on vacation on the island last night, there were 50 people. Tony took over the script. I thought it was just me and Potts. Which country are you from? Tony really couldn't pronounce that tongue-twister name for a while. Coulson smiled and said, you can also call us SHIELD. That name is so much better. I think so. Tony put on a suit and came to the press conference. This scene has also been broadcast on every TV station. I sat on the sofa with a glass of warm water in his hand. I didn't go to school today, just to witness this historic scene of Marvel. Thought I. Gwen also swung in from the balcony with a spider web and saw I sitting on the sofa with a comfortable face. Looks like we should all be free today. Seeing Gwen coming, I gave Gwen a seat and let Gwen sit next to him. Gwen also noticed what was on the TV when she sat down. Tony Stark. Wasn't he the guy in the car last night? Gwen said in surprise. At that time last night, because of the armor, Gwen didn't recognize Tony's identity all of a sudden. Now seeing Tony on TV again, the identities are immediately linked together. It's him. Let's have a look together. Gwen laid her head on Ai's shoulder. Although I'm not interested in this kind of thing, it feels good to watch it with you. Ai fondly patted Gwen's head. I wasn't very interested at first, but this is related to the rest of my life. The rest of your life? Gwen was a little puzzled. A press conference, how will it affect his life? At this time, Tony on the TV suddenly became quiet when he saw the content of the manuscript. He looked around at the reporters off the field and glanced at the camera. I smiled and said, "It's coming." Gwen also looked at the TV suspiciously. Coming? What's coming? Then they saw Tony put down the manuscript in his hand, took a deep breath, and said, "Truth is, I am Iron Man." Suddenly, all the reporters in an uproar picked up the cameras in their hands and took pictures of Tony frantically. Suddenly, an uproar erupted from the reporters, picked up their cameras, and frantically took pictures of Tony. It's definitely making headlines. Rhodes and Yinsen on the side smiled and applauded in unison. In their opinion, this was Tony's style. Although Pepper on the side was shaking her head. But looking at Tony's happy appearance, she couldn't help but smile. Only Coulson looked bewildered. This was not the original plan. Shouldn't you read according to the text I gave you? Done. I'm done. I don't know how to explain this to the secretary. SHIELD, in Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury looked at Tony's last words, "I am Iron Man." Interesting, he is indeed Howard's son. Hill, prepare to hack into Tony's house, I'm going to see him tonight. Nick Fury pressed the phone beside him. Hill's voice immediately came from the other end of the phone, "Copy that, Chief." Throughout New York, countless people are paying attention to this historic scene. Just an hour after the press conference, shares of Stark Industries led an unprecedented rally. Because Tony not only disclosed his identity as Iron Man at the press conference, but also promoted new energy technologies while the iron was hot. And the next transformation of Stark Industries. Everything is going in a good direction. Gwen, leaning on Ai's shoulder, looked at the data given by the computer in front of them. She was also stunned. Although she doesn't buy stocks, she knew what it meant. "I made a lot of money." You are amazing." Gwen, who was happy for wrapped her arms around his neck and hugged him excitedly. But while some people were happy, there were also some sad ones. Countless people were also regretting that they sold Stark Industries stock. Among them was Kingpin. Kingpin sat at his desk, his huge body trembling with anger. Looking at the abruptly rising stocks of Stark Industries on the computer in front of him, all he really wanted to do now was to vent his anger. He regretted it very much now. Why did he have to help Obadiah contact the Ten Rings gang in the first place? He has always been smooth sailing. Until the cooperation with Obadiah began, it all went downhill. On the other hand, the accountant lowered his head. How could he dare speak? "What are you still doing here? Hurry up and find a way to acquire the stock of Stark Industries." The accountant lowered his head deeply. "No way, Mr. Fisk. Back then, when Stark Industries stock was at its lowest, there is a big family who has been collecting. Not to mention that it's all the way up right now. The accountant's voice became lower and lower, and he was almost inaudible in the end. A large part of the stock of Stark Industries is now in that person's hands. Kingpin narrowed his eyes. It reminded him of AI who he had investigated not long ago. Immediately, a solution came to mind: go down first. Kingpin pressed the phone on the desk. Come in. Soon, a subordinate walked in. Seeing the man walking in, Kingpin asked, I asked you to investigate that AI, how's the investigation going? I was planning to tell you about this too, boss. Tell me. Our AI is a Chinese orphan, and his parents left him a huge inheritance before their death. He's not even connected to Stark Industries or Tony Stark at all. And he moved to New York not long ago because he came to study. Now in New York, there are basically no relatives. After listening to the accepted report, Kingpin raised the corner of his mouth. I have an idea. What is it, boss? Kingpin stood up slowly, and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window with the faucet crutch in his hand. I plan to buy all the stocks of Stark Industries in his hands. Saying that, he raised a finger. The price is $1. Understood, boss. I'll do it right away. The subordinate understood it directly. It is not their first rodeo anyway. It can be said that, in their profession, this kind of work is basic stuff. Don't worry, wait for Stark Industries stock to rise. People only suffer more when they gain more and lose more. Understood, boss. You can rest assured that I will make it happen. Kingpin waved his hand, indicating that he could go down. At this time, he did not know that he just provoked someone he should not have. AI, is this really designed for me? Gwen looked at the new spider suit displayed by Red Queen on the computer. Her face was full of excitement. Yes, Red will explain its various functions to you. See if there's anything else that needs to be changed. Our AI held a glass of water in his hand and continued, I've already asked Red to make a delivery. In these 2 days, all the equipment and materials will arrive, so you can make the new spider suit later. Aha! Gwen nodded excitedly. Miss Gwen, the new spider suit is woven with carbon element material. They built a small workplace for it. With more comfortable and breathable properties, it will not affect the performance of any of your movements. The brand new spider web launcher, with built-in pulse current, can change the shape of the spider web and have more aggressive behavior. The spraying method of the spider web has been improved, and the speed of the spider web will be faster in the future. The goggles now use the most advanced display technology available and can connect directly to my neural network to maximize your agent's assistance when tracking enemies and fighting. There are too many upgrade points, and Red Queen explained them one by one. Gwen listened patiently, because this is the brand new battle uniform that our AI designed for her. Our AI also looked at Gwen with a smile. He felt an indescribable sense of achievement in his heart right now. Tilda. Yes, it's like the feeling when I finish a session of cultivation. Osborne Industries. Norman Osborn finished watching Tony's speech and said to Peter, who was by his side, Come on, Peter. Our time is running out. He no longer had any mood to continue watching this kind of robotic armor technology. When he thought about what he said to the military people that day, he became vexed. However, it has not only been built now, there were even 2 more. Isn't this just knocking the bottom out of his words? Also, as a genius scientist, the desire to win or lose in his heart was completely aroused at this moment. Back in the lab, Norman gave Peter the experimental data in his hand. Peter, this is our research material, you should take a look first. While Peter watched, Norman explained his research direction. During World War II, Howard Stark developed a human-enhanced genetic medicine. And that made Steve Rogers. Peter interjected, I know, Captain America, who made countless military exploits during World War II. Externally, America's military just made Steve Rogers a superhero who helped the country win the war. And their upper-level scientists knew that it was the product of genetic modification. It is also the most perfect transformation to date. Compared with the superheroes promoted by America, the upper-level scientists have a more appropriate name for Captain America, superhuman. Then do you know why there was only Steve Rogers as a superhuman in the beginning? Norman asked. Peter was startled, he really hadn't thought about this before. Then Peter said his thoughts, is it because only Rogers survived the experiment? All he could think of was this possibility. There are many test samples, but only one Rogers survived. Norman smiled, and then said, no, there was only one test subject, Rogers. In that experiment, the military selected Rogers from a group of soldiers. But just when Rogers successfully completed the transformation, the military saw the perfect result and planned to create a superhuman army. Hydra's agents appeared and destroyed all the experimental data. And stole the last serum sample. And that last serum sample fell to the ground in the chase. Norman explained this unknown story to Peter and he felt pity for the lost serum sample. Even a genius like Howard. In the case where all the experimental data and materials have been blown up, it is not something that can be done overnight to develop the same serum. This is Captain America before the transformation. Unbelievable. Peter looked through the documents and saw two of the photos. Although the two photos have the same face, one is as skinny and the other is as robust as an ox. It was hard to tell by any means that they were the same person. No, after the transformation, Steve Rogers' physical skills had exceeded the level of a normal human being. That's where our research is going. Peter put down the information in his hand and said, that's why this plan is called the New Captain America Project. Norman nodded. But so far, our human enhancement agents have only been tested on animals. How's the effect? Asked Peter. Not ideal. Come over here and have a look. Norman took Peter to another room. In the room, there was a glass cage and inside it was a monkey. Although it was just a monkey, its muscles were clearly defined. It gave the feeling of having explosive power. Looks like a success, this monkey got a body he shouldn't have. Peter quipped. Norman laughed and said, yes, if that's the case, it will be successful, but in fact, you may not believe it. Under the influence of genetic medicine, this monkey developed a second personality. Peter was taken aback. What? A monkey with a dual personality? Norman knew that Peter didn't believe it, so he walked to the cage with a banana, and passed the banana in his hand through the feeding port. The monkey saw the banana and immediately ate it. Just when Peter thought everything was normal, Norman looked at his watch and followed the time. 3, 2, 1. The monkey who was eating the banana suddenly stopped moving. Its pupils turned red all of a sudden. Then the banana in its hand was directly thrown by it and then it started slamming into the surrounding glass as if going mad. In the whole room, the noise of its roar and the sound of its body pounding the glass cage resounded. This is its second personality. It will come out at a fixed time every day. It's irritable and aggressive, said Norman. After the experiment, Norman took Peter back to his laboratory. I thought it would take a long time to solve this problem. Until I saw your decay formula with Connors and your antigen formula. I knew that as long as the two of us worked together, it wouldn't be long before we could make a super soldier serum again. Norman was very confident. Peter looked through the glass at the mad monkey inside, as if he saw Connors. I'll do my best to help you. That's all Peter could say. As if seeing through Peter's mind, Norman continued, trust me, as long as this research is successful, we're going to surpass Howard in life sciences. By then you will also be famous and influential. Norman said as he beamed a smile at Peter. Potts, you should know that I don't know anything about company management. I don't know how to manage the company. Doubled Tony. Tony pushed Pepper to his place in his office. It was already obvious. In the future, Pepper will manage the company for him. Under Tony's persuasion, Pepper finally had no choice but to accept it. And Tony succeeded in being a hands-off shopkeeper. Asterisk knock asterisk. Asterisk knock asterisk. Asterisk knock asterisk. Have time. Happy walked in with a pile of documents in his hands. Tony smiled, come in, Happy. Tony, this is the list of invitees for tonight's party, take a look. Knowing that Tony doesn't like taking things from others, Happy put the information in front of Tony very wisely. Tony picked it up and looked at it casually. In fact, he didn't really know many of the people in it. He only knew that these people were either celebrities or local tycoons. And among them, a distinctive name caught his attention. Happy, who is this? Tony asked, pointing to a name on it. Happy glanced at it, then said, someone who bought a lot of our Stark Industries stock. He went all out to buy our stock at a time when Stark Industries stock was at its lowest point. It's the only outsider who holds the most stocks right now. Tony showed it off to Little Pepper, look, some people believed me some time ago. Now he's rich. I'll see him tonight. How can a person be so insightful? After Pepper looked at it, she felt that there was no problem and handed it back to Happy. Just follow this list to invite. In Tony's personal name, send 2 bottles of good wine to this II's house. Pepper ordered. Tony didn't ask much about Pepper's procedures. Besides, sending 2 bottles of wine to him is no different from sending 2 bottles of mineral water. This is the so-called willful rich man. Happy got out of the office. Getting out of the office, Happy immediately started giving orders below to invite the people on the lists. With Pepper's order, Happy went to the wine cellar to get 2 bottles of fine red wine. After taking a look at II's address, Happy said strangely, it's the 13th block again. He still remembered that not long ago, he was sent by Tony to the 13th block to find the whereabouts of the golden macaw. After Tony had an accident, he never went back there again. The world is always full of coincidences. After putting away the 2 red wines, Happy drove to II's house. On the other side, in II's house, Gwen and Red discussed the functional improvements on the spider suit for a while. Gwen not only pursued the functionality but also pursued the beauty of the spider suit. Talking for hours. The bored II simply stood on the treadmill to exercise because the weather was too hot. II took off his shirt and ran. After this period of training, II's body muscles became more and more obvious. But also very well balanced. It gave a look of power and beauty. Gwen also took a look, and her focus on discussing the spider suit with Red Queen directly became less than before. From time to time, She would take glances at AI who was exercising. She didn't expect AI's figure to be so good. In the past, when the two were intimate with each other, they were basically carrying out with clothes on. Gwen didn't want to look at it, but she couldn't help but glance over when she was chatting with Red Queen. Every time she did it, it made Gwen feel giddy for a while. Fortunately, AI didn't know what was going on. Since he concentrates on running, he wasn't looking over. Since he doesn't know, then why don't I take a good look at it? Gwen blatantly peeked. Watching her getting distracted, Red Queen shouted, "Master!" AI turned his head and looked directly at Gwen. But Gwen was not found peeking at him. Gwen blushed in a flash and stared at Red Queen in the notebook. Like saying, "You betrayed me." Red Queen hushed. "I am innocent." AI asked suspiciously, "Red, what's the matter?" "Happy Hogan from Stark Industries is calling." AI got off the treadmill. "Happy? What is he doing here? I don't seem to have contact with Stark Industries other than stocks, right? Did Tony find out his Emperor's identity?" "Come in." Only then did AI find Gwen, who was blushing, and asked suspiciously, "Gwen, what's the matter with you?" Gwen turned her face away immediately. "No, it's fine. I'm just going to the toilet." AI didn't think much of it because Happy's call had already been received. "Hello, is this Mr. AI?" "Yes, it's me. I'm Happy Hogan. Mr. Tony Stark's bodyguard, and I am here to visit you. Are you at home?" "Visit me?" AI thought for a while and said, "Yes, I'm at home, you can come up anytime." "Okay, I'm downstairs now and ready to go up." After hanging up the phone, AI changed into his clothes. Then he said to Gwen in the toilet, "Gwen, wait for me. There's a guest coming up." "I see." In the toilet, Gwen washed her face, and the redness on her face subsided a lot. Soon, there was a knock at the door, and AI walked over to open the door. The fat Happy was holding 2 bottles of wine in his hands and saw a young man opening the door. He immediately said, "Hello, I'm looking for Mr. AI." "You're talking to him." Happy couldn't believe it. "You are AI?" He had thought that a man with so much money to take a lot of stocks in Stark Industries would be a middle-aged or elderly person. Unexpectedly, it was such a young man. "Sorry, I didn't mean to offend. I just didn't expect you to be so young." Happy apologized immediately. AI smiled, "It's all right, I don't know if Mr. Hogan has anything to do with me." Happy immediately handed out the 2 bottles of wine in his hand. "This is a gift from Stark Industries. Thank you for your support when Stark Industries was at its lowest point." AI took the wines from Happy's hands without a word, and as soon as he looked over, AI knew that these were 2 good wines. He also understood what Happy meant. AI bought a large number of their shares, which in their opinion was his trust in Stark Industries. Now that Stark Industries has come back to life, it's fitting to send a couple of wines as a sign of goodwill. But 2 wines made Happy's delivery seem a bit of a fuss. Sure enough, AI took over the 2 bottles of wine. Happy took out a golden invitation from his arms and said, "Tonight's party is hosted by Tony Stark himself. Please come and participate." AI put the 2 bottles of wine aside and took the invitation from Happy. "Party? When I came to this world, I have never participated in such an event. And it was Tony's. And?" AI looked at Happy and asked, "I wonder if I can take my partner there?" "Of course, Mr. AI. You can take anyone with you." AI nodded and called into the house, "Gwen, Do you want to go to an event together? Gwen came out and greeted Happy politely when she saw him. Hello. Happy greeted back. What event? I handed the invitation card in his hand to Gwen, and Gwen clearly wanted to go after seeing the expression on her face. But after struggling for a while, she said, I'm sorry, I may not be able to go. Because I don't have a good-looking evening dress to wear to this kind of party. In the West, attendees of such a party are ceremoniously attended. Men's suits are neat. Women are wearing evening gowns. To show respect to the organizer. This is not a problem. I smiled, looked at Happy and asked, Mr. Happy, would you be kind enough to take us to buy a few clothes? It just so happened that I also don't have suitable wear for the party. Happy was stunned. How could someone as rich as I not have a suit? But instead of asking more, he made a gesture of invitation. Of course, it's an honor. Thanks. Inside a clothing store. Happy usually follows Tony in and out of high-end places, not to mention buying suits. He took I and Gwen to the best clothing store in New York City. The clothing here is sold to members only. Every garment is guaranteed to be globally unique. Happy entered here with Tony's membership, and naturally received the highest level of treatment. I in a suit stood in front of the huge full-length mirror and tightened the black tie around his neck earnestly. I have to say that suits are worth every penny. This suit is expensive though. But when I wore it on his body, his temperament suddenly emerged. The fabric full of high-quality texture is worn on the body, which perfectly outlines his strong and well-proportioned figure. Coupled with I's handsome oriental facial features, there is an indescribable extravagance. Combining the two, elegance and strength coexisted. All of a sudden, I became the most handsome man in the whole store. It attracted other people trying on clothes in the store, and they couldn't help but look at him. I was also very satisfied with wearing this suit. To the clerk next to him, he said, I'll buy this, that's all. The beautiful clerk immediately said, Mr. Hogan said to just directly debit from Mr. Stark's account. I nodded and thanked her. Buying such an expensive suit but didn't have to pay for it. It felt good. Next, is to wait for Gwen to come out. I walked to Gwen's dressing room, looking forward to it. The reason why he wanted to take Gwen to the party was to see Gwen in an evening dress. After a while, the locker room slid open. Under the illumination of the overhead lights, Gwen came out wearing a long white dress, looking like an angel. The dress was pure white with no extra embellishments. It was just in the right place to bring out Gwen's beauty. Not only that, but Gwen's hair was tied in a simple high ponytail. But all these looks complemented each other. Gwen's appearance was even more eye-catching than I's just now. I stepped forward and said softly, Are you ready? Let's not make Happy wait too long. Gwen nodded lightly, and with a noble princess temperament emerged spontaneously. Gwen pulled I, and the two walked out of the store surrounded by the eyes of everyone in the store. When Happy, who was waiting outside, saw the two of them coming out, his eyes went wide. These two people went in like average teens, but after they came out, their overall appearance completely changed. Happy was a little afraid to admit it. You will be the focus of the party tonight. Let's go quickly, it took a lot of time for you to buy clothes. By now, the sun is about to go down. Not long after they left, a luxury car slowly parked in front of the clothing store. Norman and Harry both dressed in formal clothes and got out of the car. Behind the two was Peter in plain clothes. Harry, does it have to be so grand? As a native New Yorker, Peter knew how upscale and expensive the clothing store in front of him was. Harry pulled Peter, "It's okay, my dad paying." In the afternoon, Peter was working with Norman in the laboratory to experiment with the decay formula. But then, Norman received an invitation from Stark Industries to attend the party. Norman, who had agreed to the invitation to the party, brought Peter up to go with him. And for Peter to not be bored at the party, he also called Harry up too. In this way, the two have companionship with each other. Hence the present scene. Peter, who had never been exposed to luxury goods, was reluctant to step into this store. Norman stepped forward and said, "It doesn't matter, Peter, we will often contact these parties in the future. Today is just for you to get used to it in advance. Come on, go pick one, and treat it as a gift from me for our cooperation." Under the persuasion of the father and son, Peter gathered up the courage to go in and roam. Before long, Peter put on a red and black tuxedo and walked out. Norman, who was waiting outside, glanced at it. "Yes, this is what my partner should look like. Come on. The party is about to start." Inside the changing room, Tony also changed into a formal suit, and Pepper in an aqua blue evening dress was helping him with his hairstyle. "Potts. Don't talk, Tony. Talking to you will interrupt my movements." Tony can only quietly spread his arms. "Actually, what I want to say is that you look very beautiful today." Pepper, who lowered her head to help Tony organize his appearance, smiled slightly after hearing this. It's just that Tony didn't see it. Thinking that Pepper didn't want to talk and just ignored him, he didn't continue to praise her. "Hey, Tony. How do I look?" "Rhodey, it's not bad. But it's worse than me." Tony looked at Rhodes, who pushed the door in. Although he didn't want to say it, being able to wear black clothes is the same as not wearing them at all, and only they have such an advantage. "Then I'll go down first, everyone is waiting for you." Tony glanced at his office and asked suspiciously, "Where's Happy?" After she finished helping Tony with his clothes, she got up and said, "Didn't you ask him to invite I? It's been a while since the invitation." She looked at her work with satisfaction, and continued, "He called back just now. He is helping Mr. I and his girlfriend choose evening clothes. I asked him to use your membership." Tony raised an eyebrow. There are so many places in New York where he has membership, he didn't know which one exactly. "So stop thinking about it and go." "Potts, are we good?" Pepper nodded. "Okay, let's go." Tony turned around and bent his hands naturally. Then he scratched his hair and said, "Well, I think you need a handsome partner to accompany you. And I also need a female companion." Little Pepper knew that Tony couldn't take the initiative to invite her, so she stepped forward and took Tony's arm. "Then let's go." Inside the party, celebrities from all walks of life chatted with each other. Tony led Pepper downstairs, and many people began to walk over and want Tony to toast. Although he didn't know these people very well, but still gave a face and nodded hellos here and there. If it was the previous Tony, the scene would naturally not be so harmonious. "I don't know any of these people," Tony whispered to Pepper. Pepper also whispered, "This is the last time, Tony. If you want me to help you manage the company, let's do it today." Tony shrugged, "You have the final say." Just as Tony was dealing with the crowd, there was a burst of exclamation from the door. Tony also looked at the door. A couple of noble temperaments came in from the door, attracting the attention of many people at the party. Tony also asked curiously, "Pots, who are they?" Little Pepper shook her head, "I don't know." Before she finished speaking, she saw Happy behind the two of them. Little Pepper pursed her mouth and said, "I think I know who it is." "Who?" "I and his female companion." Pepper didn't expect I to be so young. Besides Gwen looked calm. "Have you often participated in this kind of event before?" I asked in a low voice curiously. "When I was in school, I was invited to every kind of party. I think it's pretty much the same as those before now." I nodded. "It's almost the same, it's all about dealing with people." Gwen pointed to the bar not far away. "Let's go over there and get 2 glasses of wine." "Okay." I ordered 2 glasses of slightly lower temperature wine and drank it with Gwen. "Will your father come?" I asked. Gwen shook her head. "Don't worry, what he hates most is dealing with this kind of event. And Stark Industries caused so much trouble last night, he should hate Stark Industries right now." Just when I was drinking a bit, he saw 2 people in the crowd walking toward them. It was Tony and Pepper. "Hello I'm Pepper Potts. This is Tony Stark, the host of this party." "Hello." Tony picked up the wine. I also gestured. This was the first time he had met Tony. Watching his future of snapping his fingers and saving half the world's population, I still had some admiration in his heart. "You enjoy the party, we'll entertain the others." I and Gwen continued to talk about their affairs, and after a while, they heard someone calling their names again. "Gwen, I." The two looked in the direction of the voice, wondering if anyone else knew them at this party. Seeing that person, Gwen also smiled. "Harry." I also smiled and gestured. "Harry Osborn, whom he met at a science fair at Osborn Industries." Harry came to Gwen. "Gwen, you are looking beautiful tonight." Saying her thanks, Gwen then clinks glasses with Harry. "Did you get up with Mr. Norman?" Gwen asked. "Yes, but he is now introducing his new assistant and collaborator to the others." Harry pointed in that direction. Gwen looked at it and said in surprise, "Peter." Harry laughed. "Yes, he's my father's new assistant now." With Harry's explanation, Gwen understood the cause and effect of what happened. After I heard this, he also nodded. It seems that because of his appearance, many things have more or less deviated. "Who was the one talking to your father?" Gwen asked curiously. In his impression, Norman was very conceited and difficult to speak with. But now he is chatting and laughing with a young man. The young man didn't look much older than them. Harry glanced. "Reed Richards, NASA's chief scientist. It is said that they are about to experiment to explore cosmic storms. Beside him is his girlfriend, Susan Storm. A good astronaut." Gwen nodded. It turned out to be a genius as well. No wonder he was being so easy to talk to. I, who didn't care much at first, also looked in Norman's direction after hearing Harry's introduction. Those 2 names, and what's about to happen, are all paired up with a superhero team in his mind. This also made I realize that the Earth will face a catastrophe soon. "It looks like it's time to increase my strength," thought I. Harry pointed in another direction. "Gwen, do you know who that man is?" Gwen looked in the direction Harry pointed. As they looked, they found that it was a middle-aged man in a wheelchair, and behind him was a beautiful woman pushing the wheelchair for him. The middle-aged man seemed to be very talkative, getting to know everyone very well, chatting and shaking hands. Seeing this person, AI's pupils shrank slightly. Immediately in my mind, there was a person who matched his identity. The founder of the X Academy, the head of the X-Men, Charles Francis Xavier. And he has another well-known title, Professor X. An alpha-level mutant with the most powerful psychic powers on Earth can read anyone's mind. And Harry's next introduction proved AI's guess. My dad told me that that person seems to be the leader of the mutants. Don't get too close with him. From this moment on, AI had to re-examine the banquet. God knows if there will be more heavier figures in it, nor does he know everything about the heroes of the Marvel Universe. Professor X sent another wave of people away. But it's not hard to see that there was a trace of rejection and disgust in the eyes of this group of people. The beautiful girl who pushed Professor X, when everyone else left, her smiling face became unpleasant. Professor X immediately noticed the change in the mood of the person behind him. Jean, do you think we're needlessly too enthusiastic for this gathering? The girl called Jean nodded. Professor, these people obviously don't like us. Why do we come to such a place to please them? In today's society, they are only treated with discrimination against mutants. Few normal people looked straight at mutants. It's like looking at paganism. Professor X sighed and continued, Jean, you also know our current situation. It's not that I want to come, I have to come. Every one of these people Tony Stark invited has a decisive voice in society. As long as we can make friends with one or two of them, it will be of great help to our X Academy and even the situation of mutants in society. With Professor X's explanation, Jean's complexion softened a lot. She also understood. Now the situation of mutants has reached a bad or even really bad level. Not only in society but even the high-level officials of the United States have now reached an unprecedented level of hostility towards mutants. All because not long ago, the mutants headed by Magneto held most of the high-level executives hostage and almost turned them all into mutants. TL/N sad smiley X-Men 1. The upper echelons of the US government began to target mutants, and various anti-mutant organizations emerged one after another in society. Because of this, the white-haired general who was almost turned into a mutant couldn't wait to start the new Captain America plan. In the eyes of most executives, the development of mutants has come to a time when they have to be eliminated. Professor X, who knew how powerful they were, had to run around and get busy. Professor X, who was looking for someone to talk to, suddenly turned to AI. Oh. Professor X's expression brightened. Jean, let's go over there. AI and the others also saw that Professor X was coming towards them. Seeing Professor X coming this way, Harry said softly, I'll go first. If my dad sees me being too close to him, he'll scold me. After saying that, Harry pretended to take a glass of wine and went to the others for a toast. AI also looked at Professor X strangely, wondering why was he coming towards him. Naturally, it was impossible for AI to be self-motivated. Gwen also whispered, AI, he seems to be coming towards us. Wait for me to deal with them both, you stand behind me. AI said softly with an unmoving expression. Gwen nodded slightly. Soon, Jean pushed Professor X reached in front of AI and Gwen. As soon as they met, Professor X introduced himself with a smile on his face. Hello, both of you. I'm Charles Francis Xavier and this is Jean Grey. Compared to Professor X, Jean Grey's name was more impressive to AI. One of the hosts of Cosmic Phoenix Power, the Phoenix girl known as Dark Phoenix. A real Omega-level mutant. It's just that her current strength has not fully awakened. Under Professor X's teaching, Jean behaves like a mutant with only telekinesis. The so-called people who don't reach out and don't smack the smiling faces, no matter, Professor X came over for various purposes. At least so far it's been goodwill. I raised the wine glass in his hand. My name is I. This is Gwen Stacy. Gwen nodded slightly to the two of them, and raised the wine. Professor X also nodded to Gwen, and then said, Mr. I is from the East, in your Oriental words. The two of you are really talented and beautiful. The last idiom was spoken by Professor X in broken Chinese. Both Jean and Gwen were stunned at the same time, neither understanding what Professor X meant. But neither asked at this time. I can't believe that Mr. Charles also has research on Oriental culture. Professor X nodded and continued, I once had a friend from the East who taught me some Chinese. But we haven't seen each other for a long time. When I saw Mr. I from a distance just now, it reminded me of my old friend. I, who didn't answer, just smiled and said, then I wish you and your friend would meet again. Thank you, I still have friends over there. Let's talk again if we have a chance. At the suggestion of Professor X, Jean took out a business card and handed it to I. This is my contact information. If you need any help, please feel free to speak. I calmly took Professor X's business card and put it in his pocket casually. Goodbye, by fate. I also said this sentence in Chinese. Professor X nodded and let Jean push him in Tony's direction. Watching Professor X leave, I took out the business card in his pocket and placed it on the bar casually. Who knows what kind of device Professor X, the old fox, put inside the card. For now, I was also clear about the situation of mutants in America. He didn't think that Professor X's generous presence at a top-level banquet in this situation was only for drinking. Likewise, I was not interested in participating in their mutant affairs. One is trouble, and the other is that there are really few good birds within the mutant community. Magneto is actually the true portrayal of most mutants. After Professor X walked away, Gwen approached and asked, what did he mean just now? I smiled and thought about how to translate a talented man. Then he said we were a good match. After translating, I still felt inappropriate. Sure enough, no language can express the beauty and artistic conception of Oriental languages. Can only be expressed superficially. But Gwen's face instantly turned red. I know. Jean, who was far away, noticed that I had left Professor X's business card on the bar through the power of her mind. Instantly her face turned black. Even such a kid started to look down on their mutants. What are his qualifications? Professor, that kid just now. Professor X waved his hand, indicating to Jean that he understood. Do you know who that boy was just now? Jean was stunned and shook her head in confusion. In her memory, she kept searching for big figures, but found that none met I's numbers. Especially age. Then, Jean thought of another possibility, is he also a mutant? Professor X shook his head, and then said, although he also has a strong psychic power, he is not a mutant. His psychic power is just pure psychic power. Obviously, Professor X felt it more than Jean. Not a mutant, and not some kind of executive. Jean really couldn't guess what kind of big man I was. Professor X smiled and then explained, before coming to this banquet, I checked the list of all the guests. Only this Mr. AI is the new face of the upper class. So I asked the people from the academy to check AI's information. His background is very clean. But he's rich. Jean was stunned. He is rich. Whoever can come here obviously has money. Professor X knew that Jean still didn't understand what he meant, and motioned for Jean to come to the corner. Jean, look at this. Professor X gave his cell phone to Jean, and after taking a look at it, her pupils suddenly shrank. This man actually owns nearly 60% of Stark Industries stock. Note, in order to prevent someone from leveraging, stocks and company equity shares are two different things. After Tony defeated Obadiah, he owned the absolute equity of Stark Industries. If it were a few days ago, 60% of Stark Industries stock would be garbage. But now, it is the proper real money and silver, the kind that has no market price. This time, Jean finally understood what Professor X meant by being rich. Although the big people present here were very rich, they were all because of the industries under their names, and there were many restrictions on their use. And if they were not careful, they may become a street beggar forever. Unlike AI, his shares can be sold at any time. What is that? That's cash flow. According to the current development of Stark Industries, it is only a matter of time before AI becomes a billionaire in the future. As long as Tony doesn't mess around in the future, it's not impossible for AI to become 100 billion level. Most importantly, AI's background was clean. A clean background also means it's easy to control. If someone with intentions does something, the right to speak in this capitalist society will become very terrifying. What the mutant collective urgently needs now is a person with enough right to speak, standing in the society to speak for them and guiding the fishing reels. Professor, so you mean, we need to make friends with AI? Jean asked. Professor X pondered for a while, thinking that AI had just casually placed his business card on the bar. If AI is willing to be friends with us, that would be the best outcome. If he doesn't want to, I will have to use some special means for the future of X Academy and all mutants. Hearing what Professor X said, Jean immediately understood what Professor X meant. If AI was unwilling, he would have to control AI as a last resort. Jean opened her mouth, and was interrupted by Professor X when she wanted to say something. Don't worry, that's the last resort. And if I'm not mistaken, he'll be asking us for help soon. Why? Asked Jean. Professor X continued, because it's not just me, more and more people will notice him. Even Eric. Jean's face changed. Eric in Professor X's mouth is naturally Eric Lenscher. Some time ago, he held a high-level American executives hostage. This is the extreme racist mutant among the mutants, Magneto. If he was staring at him, I'm afraid it would be more fortunate. If I were to be eyed by him, Professor X was afraid it would be more fortunate for him. Professor, should we help him? Professor X raised his hand. Wait until he takes the initiative to contact us, so that when we negotiate conditions, we will be in a dominant position. Let's go and see the host, Tony Stark. Me and his father, Howard, have met several times. After Professor X left, Harry walked back. What did he say to you just now? When Gwen was asked in this way, she remembered what Professor X said, and her face flushed slightly. Just came over to say hello. I also nodded. Don't you think he greets everyone he sees? Harry looked over, and it seems to be true, very much like those socialites who wanted to form relationships. Fortunately, Professor X didn't hear this in a monologue. Otherwise, he'll go crazy and have a mental storm against Harry. Harry had nowhere to go at this party either. He simply stopped beside I and Gwen, and introduced some big people present. After a while, I didn't see any more important people. But thinking about it, Tony has just become Iron Man, which means that the world of the Marvel Universe has just begun. Many people hiding in the dark haven't appeared yet. On the other side, Peter followed Harry's direction and saw the most beautiful girl. And I beside her. After finally accompanying Norman to socialize, Peter said to him, "Uncle Norman, I'll go find Harry." Norman looked around and didn't notice Harry's figure, but still said, "Go, you young people, enjoy by yourself." Peter walked past the most beautiful figure. "Hey, Gwen." "Aye." Peter raised his glass to aye. Seeing Peter coming, Gwen happily congratulated, "Congratulations, you have become Norman Osborn's assistant." "Thanks. Didn't Uncle George come with you?" In Peter's opinion, I and Gwen should have come with George. After all, it's the commissioner of the NYPD. This kind of event should have invited him too. Gwen shook her head and said, "No, I didn't come with him. He wouldn't come to a place like this. I came with I." Harry and Peter were taken aback at the same time and looked at I. Just now Harry thought Gwen was following George, so he didn't ask any further questions. As a son of the upper class, he naturally knows how high the threshold was to enter this party. He also followed his father, Norman Osborn, to come in. And I was still a student like them, but he was invited. I smiled and made up a random reason. "I'm lucky, I bought some shares of Stark Industries. And became the lucky guest to see the party tonight." Harry nodded understandingly. If he knew it was 60%, he wouldn't be so calm. Peter on the side just wondered for a while and didn't think about it. Before he came, he never thought that he would meet I here. And Gwen. Gwen was looking so beautiful tonight. "Hello. Microphone check." Just as I and the others were chatting one after another, Tony's voice came over the speaker with relaxing music. All the guests looked towards the stage not far away. Tony came on stage with Pepper and stood in front of the microphone. Looking at the eyes of everyone below, they were attracted and said a little embarrassedly, "Well, everyone knows that I am not very good at dealing with such an event. I don't know what to say without the manuscript." Tony's humor immediately attracted some laughter below. Then Tony continued, "First of all, one of the purposes of this party is to celebrate my return to the position of the richest man in the world." That unruly manner was Tony's true side. The people who listened below could only envy this kind of attitude. Pepper on the side just smiled at Tony's words. She didn't notice that Tony glanced at her and continued, "Another purpose is that I want to invite this Miss Pepper Potts beside me to do a dance with me." Pepper looked at Tony in disbelief. She didn't expect that Tony, who usually doesn't know about human affairs and romance, could today ask for a dance. Really? Pepper still couldn't believe it. Tony pointed to the bottom. "There are so many people watching here, if you refuse, I will be very embarrassed." Looking at where the music was controlled, Yinsen stood there and motioned for the sound engineer to start playing. The melodious music sounded and Tony wrapped his arms around Pepper's waist. "Are you ready?" The two interlaced their fingers and danced slowly. Yinsen gave Tony a thumbs up. Tony winked at him too. Obviously, whoever taught him tonight would know at a glance. Rhodes walked over to Yinsen. "I thought you were so old that you didn't understand this king of thing." Yinsen gave him a contemptuous look. I was married. With the sound of music, the mood gradually became romantic. The people who came with their partners also hugged and danced. Gwen looked envious. But Harry and Peter were here. She was a little embarrassed to ask I. However, the next moment, I behaved like a gentleman. Miss Gwen, can I have the honor to invite you to a dance? Gwen immediately smiled and responded formally, of course, Mr. I. Taking I's hand, the two walked in the middle. Harry put his arm around Peter's shoulder and said with a smile, next time I come to a place like this, I'll invite the girls from the school together. Peter looked at Gwen on stage, turned and left without saying a word. Harry followed immediately. Peter, where are you going? I'm bored, I'm going back to do some experiments. Outside the party. On the edge of the top floor of a building, stood an old man with an old face, wearing a helmet of an ancient Roman warrior. He was wearing a dark red armor and a black cloak. Behind him, stood a woman with blue scales. The old man looked at the dancing crowd in the distance, the corner of his mouth raised slightly. His hands were raised slowly. At this moment, another voice came from behind him, Magneto, I advise you not to do this. Hearing this familiar voice, the hand that Magneto had just raised dropped again. The two of them turned their heads and looked behind them. Nick Fury, are you also attending Tony Stark's party too? Looking at the person coming, Magneto asked with a smile. Nick Fury was about to speak, but then he glanced at the blue-scaled woman on Magneto's side. A moment later, she became another Nick Fury in front of him. Nick Fury only glanced at her lightly and said, Mystique, the next time you dare to impersonate me again, I promise you it will also be the last time you transform. The threatened Mystique wanted to shoot Nick Fury but was stopped by Magneto. The two slowly rose into the air, thinking about flying away in the distance. Nick Fury. We'll meet again. No, I don't want to see you at all. Nick Fury shouted and watched the two fly away and disappear into sight. In the sky, Mystique glanced at Magneto, why don't you let me kill him? As long as he's dead, SHIELD will be a mess. It's only good for us. Magneto glanced at the mysterious Mystique. If Nick Fury was that easy to kill, he wouldn't be able to take the position of director of SHIELD. He's just a person. No, he still has his SHIELD as weapons. Nick Fury pressed his headset. Hill, you can remove all the weapons. It's uncomfortable to be pointed at by my people with weapons. On the SHIELD mothership, the muzzles of all weapons and equipment were all facing in one direction. After receiving a reply from Nick Fury, Agent Hill ordered the muzzle of all weapons to be at ease. Sir, it's done. It's too dangerous to do this next time. Magneto is not a good kind. He's also afraid of death. Nick Fury stood on the edge of the roof, looking in the direction of the brightly lit party. Then turned around and walked away. Hill's voice continued to ring in the headset. Sir, Jarvis has been stopped for the invasion. You can go directly to Tony's house. Okay, let's wait for him somewhere. This party is not for me. The people at the party did not know that they had just experienced the moment of life and death. At the end of the music, the party has also come to an end. I took Gwen's hand back to the bar, and the two took a sip of wine each. It's getting late. I think I should go back. I glanced at the time. Indeed, it was almost time for George to reach home now. Come on, I'll take you home, he said. Gwen nodded and glanced at the evening dress on her body reluctantly. I love this dress so much, it's a pity that I can only wear it once. Let's take it off and give it to Happy before we go back. What are you saying? This dress is yours to keep. I have already sent the clothes you changed in the clothing store to take home. You will wear this tonight and go home. Gwen said happily, really? But it's too precious. But, it's worth it. You're like an angel tonight. About that, do you like to call me Miss Spider-Woman or Miss Angel? Maybe it was the effect of alcohol, but Gwen got close to Ai in the eyes of the public. She raised her head, looked into Ai's eyes, and asked seriously. Ai was also stunned. He didn't expect Gwen to become so bold under the influence of alcohol. But isn't this the answer? Lady Spider-Man, Lady Angel. Isn't it all her? At this moment, I regretted that he had learned less of the earthy love story in the past. It may be this kind of feeling: the more you read, the less you hate. Seeing Ai being confused by her question, Gwen was not only not angry, but looking at Ai with a confused face was kind of cute. Ai has always been very confident in front of her and looks like he can handle everything in his hands. Such a confused expression was the first time. But she likes it. Take your time, my boy. I smiled lightly. Okay, my girl. Alcohol, music, atmosphere. All at once. The two looked at each other and saw themselves in each other's eyes. The next moment, they kissed. This beautiful scene was naturally watched by countless guests around. Peppa looked at Ai and Gwen and then looked at Tony next to her and suddenly felt happy that Tony invited her to dance in a big crowd tonight. The female companions brought by others looked at Gwen with envy. That kind of emotional expression, as women, can feel it. Professor X and Jean looked at Ai and both of them felt the incomparable sincere emotion between Ai and Gwen. It seems that this girl is very important to Ai. Professor X whispered. Rhodes, who was picking up girls on the other side, saw it. He didn't know what to think, but he clapped and applauded. Alas! Then, the eyes of everyone in the audience turned to Rhodes, with murderous eyes. But Rhodes didn't feel it. He was originally a soldier, and he was used to the messy crowd. When encountering this kind of situation, the first thing to do is to coax. They understand that this should be a time to keep quiet. Yinsen, who was standing beside him, moved a few steps in the other direction very consciously, saying, I don't know this guy. Gwen, who was emotional, had already forgotten that there were other people around. But with Rhodes' applause and praises, Gwen instantly sobered up from the wine's effect. She quickly turned around and left Ai's embrace. Ai was also a bit angry at this time. Damn war machine. Next time you put on Tony's battle combat uniform, I'll be sure to beat you hard-heartedly, without mercy. Cursed Ai. Only then did Gwen realize that the others were doing nothing but looking at them. In other words, the kiss with Ai just now. Gwen's face flushed red like a tomato and heated up. Rah. Ai. Let's go back. Ai smiled. He was teased by Gwen just now. Shouldn't he make a comeback? It's good here, let's stay for a little bit. Before he could finish his words, Gwen dragged Ai and hurried out the door. Ai felt a huge force dragging him away, and he realized that he had almost forgotten how strong Gwen was now. Rhodes behind him added, Don't worry, we didn't see anything. Gwen all of a sudden, blushed even more. Tony and Peppa walked to Rhodes' side. Hey, Tony, Peppa. That little couple was so funny. Pepper rolled her eyes. This guy is really stupid or fake. Tony said directly, now I know why you haven't even had a single woman for so many years. As soon as these words came out, many people around heard them. They all looked at Rhodes with a smile. They didn't expect it. Is this still a baby? Pepper also looked at Rhodes in disbelief. Rhodes felt the topic was embarrassing and hurriedly changed it. Tony. Let's talk about Iron Man. Music. Before the DJ on the side could react, Rhodes grabbed the control and randomly clicked a song and turned it to the maximum volume. Then he took Tony and walked in a less crowded direction. Gwen's house, front door. I took Gwen out of the taxi. We're home, Gwen. Then I see you tomorrow. Well, bye. See you tomorrow. After that, Gwen hurried to the house. In the car just now, Gwen became sober as she sat, thinking of her last actions towards I at the party. She can't wait to find a crack in the floor to bury into. It's so embarrassing. Looking at Gwen who was running home, I thought for a while, Tilda, I have to find a way to get some wine and keep it at home. And a nice car. I picked up the phone, read, order me an Audi R8. Okay, master. By the way, have you found the house you were looking for? Of course, I'll wait for you to get home. The floor plan and other designs have been sent to your computer. I smiled, you can arrange it, mainly to make your functions in full play. The place is nothing more than the difference in size and scenery. I requested all these mainly for Red Queen to function like Jarvis. Otherwise, it would be a waste of her artificial intelligence to stay on the phone and a broken laptop all day. Okay, let's go back. Gwen has just returned home. With her back on the door, she kept touching her face, there was still residual heat on it. At this time, George, who heard the movement at the door, also came out. Gwen, are you back? But suddenly, the coffee in George's hand fell directly to the ground. My God, you look like an angel. Seeing Gwen in her evening gown, George praised her without hesitation. Although Gwen used to attend various evening parties at the school, she would also wear evening gowns. But no matter the temperament, or the material of the clothes, compared with Gwen's current clothes, they were simply a waste of money. As an old father who dotes on his daughter, George already had the idea of throwing the other evening gowns in the closet into the trash can. After all, just wear this one. Gwen's mother, who heard the movement, also came out, and she didn't forget to ramble about George's accident. But when she saw Gwen, the glass in her hand also fell. It smashed onto George's foot without any hesitation. Ow! George immediately screamed. Gwen also came back to her senses. Dad! No, don't come over. George immediately raised his hand to stop Gwen from running toward him. What's wrong? Did something happen? Gwen hurriedly looked at herself to make sure that there was nothing on her body that scared George. George immediately pointed to the ground. There are coffee stains on the ground, don't stain your clothes. Before the table, Gwen took a shower and changed back to her original pajamas. And that evening dress was hung up by George himself with a hanger to admire. I's intuition is nice. Just now, Gwen told George and her mother about the invitation to the party after I bought Stark Industries stock. But what even Gwen didn't know was how outrageous the Stark Industries stock I now was holding. And this dress, of course, was also discovered by I in the clothing store. But, of course, the best part of what happened at the end was omitted. But if George knew about it, he would probably go out and rush out to find I now. After all, this is not something to talk about with a daughter-pampering madman. In the eyes of any old father who loves his daughter, all men of the same age who are close to his daughter are enemies. Tomorrow I'm taking it myself to the best dry cleaners. George sat down at the table. Every second he looked at the evening dress, it looked more and more perfect. Especially when worn on Gwen, it's even more perfect. Gwen said at once, "Dad, I'll go by myself." George waved his hand, "I'll go, then I'll use the name of the director so that they can clean it up nicely." Gwen and Gwen's mother froze at the same time. "You said before that you wouldn't use the position of director to oppress people. Gwen, you must be tired after the party all night. Go and rest." "Okay, I have something to do tomorrow." Gwen said good night and went back to her room upstairs. Mother Stacy looked at George, then at the evening dress. As she got up and went back to her room, she whispered, "He's also a man, why is there such a big difference in vision?" George. Lying on the bed, Gwen closed her eyes. But as soon as she closed them, all she could think of in her mind was the scene of what she and I did at the party tonight. Don't think about it. Don't think about it. Gwen was overwhelmed. In the end, she still showed half of her head and looked at the mobile phone beside her, read, "Has I arrived home?" The awakened Red Queen replied, "Yes, the master is taking a bath." "Do you need me to call him for you?" Hearing the bath, Gwen remembered I's body when he was on the treadmill. No, no. I'll find him myself tomorrow. Good night, Red. Good night, Miss Gwen. I's house. After taking a shower, I looked at the time. Went to the incubation room and glanced at the Pokemon eggs. He found that there were already 1 or 2 small micro cracks on it. Calculating the time, it should be able to successfully break out of the shell the day after tomorrow. While his hair was still wet, I walked to the balcony, and when he was about to exhale some outdoor breeze, he saw a few dark shadows sneaking up downstairs. Are the people of S.H.I.E.L.D. still not giving up? After just one glance, I stopped paying attention. When his hair was about to dry, he sat on the yoga mat to continue the practice of spiritual strength. But at this time, downstairs there was a little punk hiding in the dark. Several gangsters around him were similar to him. Watching the lights on I's house disappear, one of the gangsters made eye contact with the other people. The others nodded understandingly. Then they all evacuated from there, leaving the one in charge of the operation. After a while, somewhere in a dark little room, there was a sound of punching and kicking. Deciding it was time, the gangster downstairs came to I's door and knocked on it lightly. "Come in." The gangster walked in and glanced at a middle-aged man with a bruised nose and a bruised face on the ground. On another table, a brawny man covered in tattoos counted the money in his hand. On the side, I scolded, "Damn, take out the money earlier on, or you won't have to be beaten up." Seeing this scene, the captain of these thugs wore a confused look. "What's going on with this I? Who is this person that Boss Kingpin wants us to rob?" Jarvis. After sending Pepper to her house, Tony returned home and found that the house was dark. Was Jarvis being lazy? "Jarvis!" Tony shouted again, and finally, Jarvis' weak voice sounded, "First, sir, welcome home." At this time, Tony noticed that there seemed to be a dark shadow in front of the floor-to-ceiling window. Just when he was about to ask who the other party was, the dark shadow beat him to it and said, "I am Iron Man." "Tony Stark, do you think you're the only superhero in this world?" Stark, there are many people like you in this world. It's just that you don't know it yet. Watching the shadow walk towards him step by step, Tony asked suspiciously, "Who the hell are you?" As the shadowy figure walked in front of him, Tony then realized who it was. With or without light, he was still a shadow. Nick Fury, director of SHIELD. Coulson is my person. Tony squinted his eyes. You are the head of that secret service organization. To be precise, the highest ranking administrator. Nick Fury added. All right, just one question. What happened to Jarvis? Compared to whether Nick Fury would attack him, or for other purposes, Tony was more worried about Jarvis now. Nick Fury nodded, satisfied with Tony's response, and said, "Don't worry, we just hacked into his system and turned him off for a while. This made it easier for us to come in. Looks like I'll have to improve his algorithm." Tony touched his chin and said, "What are you looking for from me?" "I want to talk to you about the formation of the Avengers." With that said, Nick Fury picked up a remote control-like thing and pressed it into the air. The lights in the whole room came on again. Jarvis' voice returned to normal and apologized. "Sorry sir, my system seems to have been hacked just now." "None to worry about, Jarvis. It's been too long since I last patched you. Sit down if you want to talk to me. I just finished drinking and need to sober up." Nick Fury glanced at Tony and walked to the sofa behind him and sat down. "No problem, I'll wait for you." "Boss, that's what happened." Kingpin, who was in the hot spring and enjoying the services of the beauties, frowned. "You said they didn't see when I returned home. And he's at home all of a sudden." "That's right, boss." "That could he be a mutant? If he's really a mutant, let's not provoke him." The reports of his subordinates who were a little scared said that the things that the mutant did not long ago were still vivid in their minds. Kingpin frowned and thought. Impossible. If he is a mutant, there is no reason to check all his information and not find it. Almost none of the mutants' backgrounds were clean. And eventually can't avoid any scrutiny. This was the consensus of almost everyone. But I was different, his background was too clean. Clean like an ordinary commoner. If someone said he was a mutant, who would even believe it? And, if he was a mutant, Professor X wouldn't have gone to great lengths to curry favor with other people at the party today. The subordinate thought about it carefully. What really happened? If there is a rich man who owns 60% of Stark Industries stock in the Circle of Mutants, that means that the mutants in the future will turn into serfs and sing. Although this is a bit exaggerated. But that's what it is. "But, why did you explain that he came home suddenly without warning? This is unscientific." Kingpin glared at him. This world really had a lot of unscientific things. "I think either they're missing out. Either you heard it wrong." The subordinate heard Kingpin's angry tone and fell to the ground in fright. "I know, boss. I'll fix this. I'll send a group of people right away." "No need." Kingpin's huge body slowly stood up from the hot spring pool, revealing his monster-like muscles. There were countless hideous scars on his body. Obviously, Kingpin did not only get to this point because of his ruthlessness and scheming. His strength also cannot be underestimated. "Boss Kingpin, what do you mean by no need?" Kingpin glanced at him and said, "I hold so many stocks of Stark Industries." He was invited by Tony Stark to the party today, and many people already know him. It is necessary to keep his influence unexploited and directly take the stocks from his hands. I understand, I'll prepare right away. The subordinate replied. Bring him to the office tomorrow, I'm going to sign him myself. That's how I'll show my respect for him. Ha ha ha. Kingpin menacingly grinned and laughed at the end. Master, the new house has been bought and all the renovation plans are in progress. Soon we'll be moving into a new house. In the morning, I, who was eating breakfast, listened to Red Queen's report. Where's my car? I wanted his car more than the house right now. It has been ordered, and it is expected to be delivered downstairs tomorrow afternoon. That's good. Gwen also now understood why Tony wants to call Jarvis a housekeeper. One is to commemorate the old housekeeper, the other was that with such artificial intelligence, everything was much easier. All it needed to do was follow one's command. Hey, do you have my breakfast? I left the house without breakfast today. In the direction of the balcony, Gwen asked happily as she landed on the railing. Of course, it's ready for you. Madam Spider-Woman, go out and fight crime when you're full. Gwen took off her hood and walked towards the dining table. New York City seems to have calmed down a lot recently. Of course, now there is not only Daredevil but also Spider-Woman and an Iron Man. Many thieves naturally do not dare to show their faces at this time. Maybe after a while, when they find that Tony doesn't care about these petty thieves in New York, they will continue to do evil. Gwen ate the bread and asked suspiciously, how do you know Tony doesn't care about petty thefts in New York City? I just shrugged and gave a vague answer. Guess, in addition to being Iron Man, he has to manage such a big company. I think he shouldn't be that free. Gwen nodded in agreement. In fact, of course not. I knew that Tony was in a state of being unable to protect himself. The palladium element in the arc reactor was a poisonous element. It would be fine if Tony had no trauma, but Tony relied on the arc reactor to survive. Without the arc reactor, Tony would have been pierced to his death by those shards. And using the arc reactor would also lead him to death due to lead poisoning. As long as Tony can't find a new element to replace it, death to him became a problem that needed to be solved urgently in a short period of time. Gwen, who was eating, glanced at I who was browsing some information on the computer. Thinking that I didn't notice her, she looked at I while she was eating. If you think I can't cook, I won't have to cook in the future. I closed the computer and looked at Gwen with a smile on his face. Gwen blushed. I'm just thinking about things. Yeah, I'm thinking about something. Thinking about something. I quietly listened to Gwen's sophistry. What are you thinking about? Gwen pouted. She answered, you don't have to worry about girls' affairs. Miss Gwen, there was a robbery at a convenience store on the 9th block. Okay, I'll go right away. Good, save. Gwen, who was hit by a small gesture, was glad that the red came in time. If that's the case, let's take it easy. Gwen jumped on the balcony and swung her spider web to the 9th block. I continued, turning his head at the computer and browsing the information about the NASA Space Agency. Hearing the names of Reed and Susan yesterday, made him remember a little something. If it really was that superhero team, then it won't be long before he believed that there would be a super god coming to Earth. Asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk asterisk knock asterisk. While Rain was browsing the web page, there was a knock at the door. Red, who is knocking on the door? I do not know. A small screen popped up on II's computer, showing the surveillance outside the door. There were 4 people at the door. They were all wearing the same suits. Although the 2 didn't know who they were, judging from the way they dressed, it was certain that the comers were up to no good. A normal person knocking on the door without saying a word just stuck out like 4 pieces of wood. Red, search for their information. Okay, sir. While Red Queen searched, I stood up and walked towards the door. Quit knocking, are you guys playing knock on people's door or something? I opened the door dissatisfied, and the 4 people at the door looked at I with disdain. Are you I looked at the attitude of the 4, and sneered at the corner of his mouth. You came knocking on my door, don't you know who I am? The man in a suit at the front said in a condescending tone, our boss wants to see you. It's like saying, it's your honor for our boss to want to see you, why don't you thank me quickly? Your boss? Never heard of him. I said directly, that he was really interested in taking action against these little scoundrels. In fact, they were quite sad, living in this kind of world like little dogs where dragons and phoenixes roamed. I pretended to close the door, but then the man, in the suit just now, stretched out one of his feet and stepped into the house, pressing against the door. Slip, asterisk. Seeing this, I was no longer polite and directly kicked the man out with just one kick. The results of the training during this period were also fully reflected. Boom, asterisk. The 1.9-meter tall man was kicked away by I like a can of trash. This visual impact could never be said to be weak. The other 3 saw I kick, but couldn't react. Another muffled sound after another reverberated. Then the remaining 3 flew out like the first one and were like a stack of garbage being thrown. I didn't even use all his strength. Otherwise, these few people would not simply be moaning on the ground now. The noise immediately caught the attention of the other residents. Those who could live in this building were all people with minor wealth. When there was not much money, most people were temperamental. A man slammed the door open and was about to start scolding but stopped when I stared at him. Seeing the scene in front of him, the man immediately closed the door cowardly. He didn't forget to shout sorry twice. This small episode was not enough to calm my anger. Ever since he traveled to the Marvel world, I has always adhered to the principle, if people do not offend me, then I do not offend others. But today, there were really people with low insights. I walked up to the 4 of them, and asked, who is your boss? I won't tell you, my boss. The man in black who was at the front wanted to act tough for a while, but when he met I's eyes radiated a faint golden light, and the powerful spiritual power poured out. The man in black suddenly felt that the world in front of him became dark, and only he and I were left. And behind I, a golden dragon head exuded bursts of majesty. Looking down at him. Seeing this scene in front of him, he was terrified on the spot. He directly poured out everything he knew. Our boss is Kingpin, he asked us to come to you and take you to his office. I narrowed his eyes slightly and continued to ask, why is Kingpin looking for me? I don't know, we really don't know that. We're just following orders. Really? I smiled calmly, then there is no need for you to continue to be rational. It's too cheap to kill you. A psychic force directly hit their brains, and the 4 of them instantly became dull-eyed. The 4 of them turned into fools directly. Get out! I shouted. The 4 of them ran down the stairs as if they had seen a ghost. After a small episode, I returned to the room. He thought about whether he had been in contact with Kingpin recently. So far, there have been 2 social events. One was the trip to Osborne Industries, and the second, was when I went to Tony's party once. He didn't seem to have anything to do with Kingpin on the two occasions, but he found himself. I thought about it for a while. Just thought of one possibility. The money. He was not stupid, he naturally knew how rich he was now. And it's cash flow that could be transferred at any time. Sooner or later it would attract bad people and be coveted. But he never thought it would come so soon. Red, check out Kingpin's whereabouts, where is he? Okay, Master. Kingpin, as the boss of a gang, there definitely were several hideouts. Even if Red Queen wanted to find out, it was not an easy task. But I didn't mind. He has time to wait. Now that Kingpin has put his mind on his head, then just figure out how to take his anger. After a while, there was another knock on the door. I frowned, they actually dared to come again. Red Queen reminded at the right time, Master, it's a police detective. He came here after receiving a complaint. Complaint? I thought it was probably the same person earlier. He walked over and opened the door, and sure enough, there were two police officers outside the door. I asked curiously, did something happen, Mr. Detective? One of them, a fat man, said, we just received a report. Saying you had a fight here. I's expression froze for a moment. Fight? What fight? I've been watching TV inside. The two detectives looked at I with an oblivious expression. Also slightly stunned. Did we come to the wrong place? At this time, the resident upstairs who was frightened by I opened the door. It's him, I reported the case, and we have surveillance to find out. The two detectives looked up and saw that there was a surveillance camera. Do you mind if we check it out? Of course, I don't mind. I invited two police detectives for a check, and it turned out that the corridor was quiet for already an hour and not a hint of any fighting on the footage. The two detectives apologized and went to another resident upstairs. How dare you call fake reports to the police? It seems that you and Tony Stark didn't have a good talk last night. Inside S.H.I.E.L.D., Hill walked into Nick Fury's office with a cup of coffee. Looking at Nick Fury, who was a little sullen, Hill said with a hint of ridicule. Nick Fury glanced at Hill indifferently and said, unexpectedly, someone like him can join the Avengers with just a few words from me. He's not the Tony Stark I once knew anymore. Hill also nodded in agreement, and she also guessed that Nick Fury would be deflated after going to Tony's place. But looking at Nick Fury's appearance, this time he ate a lot. She estimated that Tony's poisonous tongue has damaged him a lot. Hill continued to ask, didn't you confess the relationship between his father Howard Stark and our S.H.I.E.L.D. It's not the time. The main purpose of my visit this time is to tell him that I am forming the Avengers. The other one is to determine his physical condition. Tony's physical condition. Hill did not understand. The top rich people like them enjoyed the services of the most advanced private medical team in the world. As long as there was a slight problem with the body, it would be found and solved immediately. He, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., could understand Tony's physical condition better than those top medical teams. As if seeing through Hill's contempt, Nick Fury glanced at Hill angrily. But without much explanation. The fewer people who knew about Tony's physical condition, the better. Although Hill was a close friend, she was not within the scope of knowledge on this matter. Is there anything else you're here to report? Sir, look at this. Hill operated a few times on her tablet and on Nick Fury's big screen, a person's specific information was projected. Justin Hammer, one of the world's largest black market arms dealers. Hammer Industries started to expand their business after Tony Stark closed Stark Military Industries. Not long ago, it signed an arms supply order with the United States Ministry of Defense for the next 5 years. Nick Fury listened to Hill's report and asked in disbelief, "Is that the one who made his fortune by copying and reselling Stark's industrial weapons?" Hill nodded. This person was indeed a waste. Obtaining the weapons of Stark Industries through his own channels. After finishing the work, it would be sold to the war zone at a high price, and he also hired ordinary scientists to study it and labeled it reinvention. However, every time it was plagiarized, it would hide and become nondescript. As for himself, he often attended various large-scale events and advertised himself as a genius like Tony, but he did not have the same father as Howard. Giving the DoD's weapons orders for the next 5 years to this kind of person. The future of the United States of America would be over. Nick Fury suddenly thought, "Do I need to send someone to assassinate him? He would just be a curse to keep." The tablet in Hill's hand was operated again, and it was the contract video of Justin Hammer and another bald man. This bald man was quite familiar to Nick Fury, the current Minister of Defense of America. This person was not a good bird, he wanted to reach his hands out even on SHIELD. Looking at the same cheap appearance of the two, Nick Fury knew that there must be other unknown transactions behind this 5-year order transaction. "Hill, stop." Suddenly, Nick Fury noticed something like a robot in the video. "What is that?" Hill continued, "This is what I intended to report today, the newly developed vehicle-based combat robot of Hammer Industries. It is said to be stronger than Tony Stark's steel suit." Nick Fury was now even more certain that the dude must have been in contact with Hammer Industries long ago. Otherwise, how could Tony's armor, which has been completely exposed for only 2 days, suddenly be replicated by Hammer? Obviously, when Tony crashed the F-22, Hammer had seen Tony's macaw from the Ministry of Defense. It's just that at that time, apart from Rhodes, no one knew that Tony was in the macaw. If the research and development is successful, he will get orders from the Ministry of Defense for the next 20 years. Hill added. Nick Fury. Then how far has he studied now? Hill also sighed helplessly and brought up another video. In the video, a researcher walked into the macaw of Hammer Industries and started it slowly. All was well. But suddenly, the macaw burst into blind firing, and then its body violently twisted all the way. The entire upper body rotated 180 degrees. It stopped completely when the sparks flickered. It's just that the state of the scientific researcher inside was a little unfortunate, and he became the unfortunate casualty of the pre-run. For the future of the United States of America, Nick Fury was already looking for a suitable person who could kill Hammer. If it really doesn't work, let the Minister of Defense also take the knife. Hill, there's no need to report this kind of thing to me separately next time. Just find someone to make this video public. Then just kill Hammer. Nick Fury said with a headache. If he had to worry about even this kind of thing, then sooner or later he, the director of S.H.I.E.L.D., will be exhausted in this kind of seat. However, Hill's next speech made Nick Fury suspend his intention of killing Hammer. Justin Hammer and the Secretary of Defense are preparing for a military trial of Tony Stark. He wants to order Tony to hand over the core technology of the steel armor for national defense. Nick Fury had a slight smile on his mouth, thinking, the opportunity for revenge has come. Nick Fury's heart burned just thinking about Tony's unfiltered tongue last night. Leave him alive and make them disgustingly get down to Tony. By the way, call Romanov back. There should be no problem with Dr. Banner. Yes, it's basically resolved on her side. But Dr. Banner is still on the run. General Ross also suffered the bitter fruit for his stubbornness, and the last 2 monster battles also ended in Dr. Banner's victory. Under the full blockade of the military, no one knew the news. Nick Fury raised his eyebrows. I think a lot of people should already know. After all, this kind of big news, for some people with strong intelligence capabilities, the so-called military blockade was basically useless. The block was only for ignorant civilians. Is there any news from Kingpin? Hill shook her head. That golden macaw hasn't come out since it appeared in the Middle East for the last time. Kingpin searched all over the 13th block, and found nothing suspicious. That's right, Kingpin has made a little movement recently. What little action? He looks like he's about to rob a rich man. Nick Fury frowned. This matter can be skipped. I'm not interested in their gangsters' petty slapstick. Call Romanov back, I have other tasks for her. Yes. Hulk's big war has passed. Unfortunately, I didn't go to the scene to see it. I looked at the video that was played by Red. In the video, 2 giants, one green and one red, were fighting in the streets, and they also dispatched military weapons such as tanks. In the end, the green giant won the battle and walked away. Disappeared in the vast darkness of night. Due to the military's blockade of information, Red Queen also waited until 2 days after the incident to find the video data sealed in the military. Red, can you find out where Bruce Banner ended up going? Can't find him, sir. He's probably in a barren area with no internet coverage. How's Kingpin's investigation? I continued to ask. Master, Kingpin has been identified and the location of all black market transactions tonight, including arms, illegal supplies, and human traffickers. And the transaction records of Kingpin and terrorist organizations in other countries, including the Ten Rings gang against Tony Stark. I tapped the table with his fingers and looked at all the information that Red Queen had listed for him. Originally, he wanted to kill Kingpin, as the so-called fear of thieves is not afraid of thieves. But after thinking about it, it was too cheap to kill Fisk. He had to come forward begging him to be killed. That would lead to a lot of unnecessary trouble. Kingpin's strength was not weak at all. His sturdy body was not fat. It was real muscles. In this case, it was better for Fisk to die than to live. The Dark Dynasty that he forged with his own hands disintegrating every step of the way and pulling him down from the throne step by step. Seeing the building rise, seeing him banqueting guests, seeing his building collapse. This was what should be the real life of Kingpin. It's better to die. At this time, Kingpin had absolutely no idea what kind of existence he had provoked. Instead, he started to rage in his own office. A few people go out and go crazy for no reason. I haven't been able to find any relevant surveillance records of them and I don't even know who they have been in contact with. What do I feed you for? In Kingpin's office, the 4 trusted subordinates that went to invite AI wearing their black clothes were present, but after they got back, their clothes were ragged and their mouths were full of saliva. From time to time, they looked at Kingpin and burst out giggling. Looking at these people, he became angry. Boom, asterisk. With a loud sound, he smashed his desk to smithereens again. Take them away from me, chop them up and feed them to the dogs. Yes, boss. The guys who were shivering on the ground hurriedly pulled the 4 fools to prepare to go down. Who knows how these people were still very powerful, hardly struggled, but no one could pull them. The muscles on Kingpin's face twitched, and he turned his head away. Out of sight, out of mind. At this moment, a subordinate behind him shouted, "Mr. Kingpin, be careful." One of them, a lunatic, somehow broke free. He ran towards Fisk and ran over, giggling and drooling non-stop. Who knows what he's going to do? He could only remind Fisk to be careful. Kingpin turned his head with cold eyes, and instantly grabbed the man's neck. Asterisk crack, asterisk. In an instant, a cracking sound was heard, and the man's body directly slumped down. And his mouth's saliva also flowed onto Kingpin's hand. Kingpin frowned, and the anger in his heart, all of a sudden, reached its peak. With one more force in his hand, the man's neck was directly clawed with a terrifying force, and blood spurted out. Some splashed onto the gold and white suit, and there was a fountain of blood oozing out. Kingpin's murderous aura made the other three fools quiet. The rest of the men did not dare to say a word. Pulled the three fools back and go. Kingpin casually threw the corpse in his hand aside like he was throwing garbage. Looking at the blood in his hands, Fisk unconsciously showed his big white teeth, and his eyes flashed with excitement. It's been a long time since I killed someone myself. Wiping the blood on his hands, Kingpin walked over to the tattered table and shook his phone. "Come here." After a while, one by one, his subordinates came in and glanced at the bloodstains and corpse at the scene, as if they had seen something normal. He asked unhurriedly, "Boss, do you have anything to do with me? Go check out who made these four become fools. Also, I'll send some people to find AI tomorrow. He has Stark Industries stock on his hands. I'm making an appointment." The subordinate was stunned. "Don't you want us to go now?" "Don't go today. I guess the person who drove them crazy may be around the 13th block. AI, you are such a lucky guy. This money made you enjoy another day. AI, when I came back just now, why did I see someone being taken out of this building? And looking at him, he seems to be the neighbor upstairs." Gwen, who just came back and stopped at the balcony railing, asked with some doubts. That one, Gwen also met a few times. A grumpy neighbor. AI took out a glass of water, shrugged at Gwen and said, "I don't know, I heard that it was a false police report." Then when the detective asked him, he didn't admit it. At the end, he was caught and taken away. Gwen nodded, looking downstairs at the police car fading away. That kind of person really wants to do that kind of thing. "By the way, I want to give you a present, guess what?" Gwen suddenly said to AI with a happy face. He also asked curiously, "Oh, what's my gift?" "Close your eyes first." AI obediently closed his eyes. He was thinking, why would Gwen play this kind of game? Want to trick him to close his eyes and do something secretly? For example, kissing him. But after waiting for a while, AI didn't feel any sign of Gwen getting close again. Only then did Gwen speak, "Okay, you can open your eyes." AI opened his eyes and found Gwen holding a big lollipop. "Look, this is the gift I want to give you. While coming back, did you buy some candy?" I couldn't help but feel a little amused. Sure enough, no matter what, Gwen will always be a little girl inside. Gwen quickly explained, "It wasn't bought, it was a gift from me for fighting crime." There was some pride in her words. "Today I was on the street, beat up a few hooligans who bullied others, and saved a mother and daughter. This lollipop was a gift from that little girl." I nodded, so this is the first justice reward our Lady Spider has received. Then I'll find a place to put it in our home. Looking at Ai's back looking for something. Gwen's face flushed slightly, and she jumped down from the balcony and followed Ai. He just said, "Our home." In the living room, Ai just placed the lollipops on the dining table, like a bunch of flowers. As for Gwen, after he placed the lollipops, she got another police report from Red Queen and hurried away. Spider-Woman's day is really busy. Ai muttered, then suddenly stood up from the chair. The Pokemon egg is about to hatch. The 3-day incubation time has finally come. Inside the room, the Pokemon egg trembled slightly. Ai squatted in front of the Pokemon egg and noticed that the surface of the egg was already covered with cracks. Click. On the surface of the egg, a piece of shell suddenly popped up. And a small hole appeared. Immediately afterwards, a pointed yellow ear popped out of the hole and there was a sliver of black at the tip of the ear. When Ai saw this very characteristic ear, his face was filled with joy. Could it be? He already knew what Pokemon was about to burst out of its shell. Click, Pikachu. With a lovely cry, all the eggshells snapped open. A yellow-skinned mouse with a whole yellow body and a tail with a lightning pattern broke out of its shell. On the cheeks, there were also 2 red dots of blush makeup. All features, including its voice, were indicative of his identity. Pikachu, a rat-like electric Pokemon. In the Pokemon world, the protagonist Ash's closest Pokemon is also Pikachu. Pika. The moment Pikachu saw Ai, his ears shook violently and his eyes lit up at Ai. Ai also felt a sense of intimacy in his heart. At the same time as he stretched out his hand, Pikachu was also very close to Ai's palm. While rubbing, he also made a kind sound of Pika. Little guy, welcome to this world. Pika. What name should I give you? Although Pikachu has always been called Pikachu, it was still a bit too plain to name him Ai's Pikachu. Just as Ai was thinking of naming Pikachu, Gwen's voice sounded behind him. Ai, what are you doing alone in the room? I didn't see you when I came back. Halfway through the words, Gwen was stunned. She stared straight at Pikachu at Ai's feet. Seeing Gwen come back, Ai was suddenly put on the spot. He still hasn't figured out how to introduce the little guy to Gwen. Why did Gwen come back all of a sudden? Gee. Gwen. Ai stood up and subconsciously stood in front of Pikachu, who seemed to be afraid of Gwen in front of him. A pair of small hands grabbed Ai's trousers and Pikachu stuck out half of his head from behind, looking at Gwen timidly. He was a little scared while speaking. Gwen, this is... Ai, he's so cute. Ai hadn't figured out how to explain Pikachu's existence. After all, this little guy didn't belong to this world. But Gwen didn't seem to care about this kind of thing. Instead, she was immediately smitten by Pikachu's adorable appearance. Gwen crouched at Ai's feet and waved at Pikachu. Hello, my name is Gwen. What's your name? The way she behaved, it's as if Pikachu's existence was already taken for granted. Pika. Pikachu stretched out his little hand towards Gwen. Gwen also curiously stretched out a finger and touched Pikachu's little paw. Pikachu. Ai, you see he likes me. Ai looked at Gwen with a happy face, and then glanced at Pikachu, who was slowly getting closer to Gwen, and instantly understood that in the eyes of girls, many species are only cute or not cute. Pikachu was cute and adorable. Beauty is justice. As for the others, it doesn't seem so important. I also crouched down and touched Pikachu. Yes, you like him and he likes you too. Pikachu rubbed against I's palm, no longer as timid as when he first saw Gwen. What's his name? Why haven't I seen him before? Gwen asked curiously. My friend just sent it over. A new type of genetically synthesized pet that doesn't have a name yet. I made up a story about Pikachu. After all, there was already a Dr. Lizard in this world. There are all kinds of mutants in this world. Now, there was a genetic variant of the yellow-skinned mouse. Isn't it reasonable? Then can I give him a name? Gwen looked at I expectantly, as if her tears would fall the moment he gave a hint of rejection. Of course, he will live with us in the future. Gwen looked at Pikachu. Pikachu put his little hands on his belly. He seemed to know that Gwen was going to name him, and looked at Gwen with small eyes as if hoping that Gwen could give him a better name. Pikachu. What? Gwen thought about Pikachu's cry just now, and it was already Pikachu's cutest and most adorable look. She's a really girly girl. Okay then, I'll call you Little Chew from now on. Pika. Hearing this name, Pikachu waved his hands excitedly. He seemed to be quite happy with the name. Look. He likes the new name I gave him. Looking at the interaction between a person and a Pokémon, I also smiled. He was enjoying the warm life now. Whoever said that a traveler with a golden finger must fight the sky and earth and live a hard life, must have lied a lot. That must be tiring as hell. There was a little beauty who can be teased at any time and a cute little pet at the side. This life is more comfortable. Gwen and Pikachu were playing, and I stood up. I'll cook first, you two wait. Little Chew, let's go outside and wait for I's meal. Pick up. Pikachu ran in front of Gwen and followed behind Jump. He jumped onto I's shoulder and then lay down. Seeing Pikachu lying on I's shoulder, Gwen looked at him with envy. It's just that no one knows whether she felt envious of I or Pikachu. I stretched out a hand and touched Pikachu's little nose. What's the matter, are you tired? Pika. No matter what, he's just a Pokémon that just broke out of the egg, and hasn't replenished his stamina. Okay, then you can rest on my shoulder for a while. I'll go get something to eat and have dinner together later. Hearing that Pikachu fell asleep slowly on I's shoulder. Afraid that Pikachu would fall, I took him off his shoulder and was about to put him on his head. But at this moment, Gwen's soft voice sounded, I. Her voice was very thin and small, for fear of waking up Pikachu. I looked at Gwen suspiciously, only to see Gwen pointing at herself, and then making a hug gesture. I immediately understood that Gwen wanted to hug Pikachu and let Pikachu have a good sleep. Okay. I gently put Pikachu into Gwen's arms, and when he put him down, Pikachu gently kicked his little feet twice. It looked cute seeing him like that. After putting down Pikachu, I said, okay, I'll cook first. Gwen made a shushing gesture at I, motioning for I to lower his voice. Looking at Gwen walking towards the sofa, I shrugged helplessly. So love transfers, right? On the sofa, Gwen was like a mother, holding Pikachu in her arms. Looking at him fondly. After a while, the aroma of I's cooking spread out, and it was very light at first. Slowly, the fragrance became stronger and stronger. Pikachu, who was lying in Gwen's arms, gently sniffed at the tip of his black nose. Then jumped out of Gwen's arms suddenly, instantly invigorated. Seeing this scene, Gwen couldn't help laughing. So you're a foodie too? Waking up when you smell food. Let's go, let's see if I is finished with cooking. Pikachu jumped off Gwen at once and ran towards the direction of the kitchen. The dining table was already filled with several dishes. But Pikachu ran all the way into the kitchen and jumped onto Ai's shoulder. Looking at the dish Ai was cooking, his eyes glowed. Pikachu, are you awake? I didn't know what you like to eat, so I made some snacks for you. In Ai's pot, there are small snacks mixed with biscuits and chocolate. In Ai's memory, the Pikachu of Ash likes to eat snacks. Soon, Ai filled a small plate. Pikachu, who was standing on Ai's body, had a little drool flowing from the corner of his mouth. But without Ai's consent, he did not dare to snatch the food. Looking at the little one like that, it's just really adorable. Ai looked at Pikachu, who was dying of hunger, and put the snacks on the dining table. Okay, eat it, be careful it's hot. Those chocolates were all just melted. In order to ensure the taste of the biscuits, Ai also put them back into the oven and baked them. The melted chocolate was then mixed with the biscuits to create a cookie with a chocolate coating. Pikachu's little hands grabbed a small biscuit, and immediately felt hot and tossed it in his other hand and back. Ai and Gwen couldn't help but laugh when they saw how funny the scene looked. After a while, the biscuit finally cooled down a bit and Pikachu put it into his mouth. The moment he ate the chocolate chip cookie, Pikachu stroked his little face with his two little hands. His eyes almost turned into star eyes. Pi_Ka_Chu. That satisfied smile is enough to prove how delicious Ai's chocolate biscuits are. Gwen, who was eating, was also curious when she saw the satisfied Pikachu. Is it really that delicious? So while Pikachu was not paying attention, her little hand sneaked toward Pikachu's bowl. Pikachu, who was eating the chocolate chip cookie, also found Gwen's restless little hand. Picking up the plate right away, he said to Gwen with the same oath of sovereignty, Fi-Ka-Chu. Like saying, this is mine, you can't take it. Gwen said immediately, Chu, give me one. Just one. Pikachu's little head shook and said a word. Pi-Ka-Chu. Gwen also has a small temper. If you don't give it, then I won't ask for it, you cheapskate. I looked at the two living treasures, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and he didn't even notice it himself. Pikachu didn't give her food, so Gwen could only look at Ai with aggrieved eyes. I want chocolate chip cookies too. I looked at her helplessly. Putting down the tableware and chopsticks in his hand, he said, okay, I can still bake one more. I'll bake it for you. Gwen was immediately happy like a triumphant child, yeah. While Ai was making chocolate chip cookies in the kitchen, Gwen went in and kissed Ai secretly. This is the reward. Then sat back at the table. Facing Pikachu, she turned his head sideways. Humph. If you don't give it, I won't ask for it, and I will do it for me too. Pi-Ka. Pikachu also has a similar way of not overdoing it. New York City. In a law firm. A lawyer wearing sunglasses was serving a client, but his client was clearly dissatisfied with the lawyer in front of him. What do you mean? You want a blind man to be my lawyer? Gentlemen, although Attorney Matthew is blind, it does not prevent him from fighting for your legal rights in the lawsuit. and lawyer Matthew is the only lawyer in our law firm who dares to take your case. Don't forget, you're suing the notorious Wilson Grant Fisk this time." Beside him, a woman in uniform pushed her glasses and explained. When the client heard Kingpin's name, the expression on his face changed. Indeed, almost all the offices in New York, when they heard that the other party was Kingpin, directly turned him away. Only the blind lawyer in front of him dared to take his case. But can a blind man really win this case for him? Matt Murdock, who was wearing glasses, also smiled and said, "Sir, no one is daring enough to take your case anyway. Why don't you tell me your case? Maybe I can provide some legal assistance. Although I'm blind, you can rest assured with professional knowledge." The client also quieted down, took a sip of water and said, "About 3 months ago, I set up a company that specializes in car rental. In the beginning, everything was fine. It was all going in the right direction. But one day, Fisk's men broke into my company and insisted that my company stole their car and asked me to return the car to them. I checked later and found that the cars that were originally under my company's name were changed to Kingpin's name at some point. They sued me for this reason and asked me to pay compensation. If the compensation cannot be made, they will mortgage the company to them." Matthew frowned under his sunglasses. Kingpin has used this method not once or twice but as long as there are slightly better companies in New York City. Without too much background, Kingpin will instill some trumped-up charges on the other side and then swallow their company. Many people finally succumbed to Kingpin's lewd power. Seeing that the blind lawyer was silent, the man also stood up with a disappointed face. "I knew that no one could do anything about it. This world is out of order. No, sir. I took your case, and my favorite thing to do is to sue Kingpin. Then it depends on whether you believe me or not." RAI's house. Although there was a little argument at the table, it did not hinder the feelings of Gwen and Pikachu after they got off the table. In the kitchen, RAI was washing dishes. Gwen and Pikachu played in the living room. Pikachu. During the play, Pikachu noticed the spider web launcher on Gwen's wrist. "Can't help but feel a little curious." Gwen looked at Pikachu's curious look and felt a little smug in her heart. "This is what I made for me. Didn't you just tempt me with a chocolate chip cookie?" Then Gwen performed, shooting a web from the web launcher for Pikachu. Watching Pikachu jumping around and applauding. "How is it, little Chew, am I good?" Gwen looked at Pikachu proudly. RAI, who was washing dishes in the kitchen, quietly listened to the noise of the two girls fight over everything. Gwen had thought that Pikachu would admire her so much that her eyes glowed. Unexpectedly, Pikachu raised a little finger very humanely and waved it gently. "Pika. Pika. It's like saying, I can do it too." Gwen was excited all of a sudden. This was the spider web launcher that I made for her. It was also relying on it that she could carry out spider web flying to fight crime in New York City. Now Pikachu actually looked disgusting. "Humph. Little Chew, I'm ignoring you." Gwen turned around and pretended to be angry. Seeing that Gwen was angry, Pikachu immediately shook Gwen's hand, signaling Gwen not to be angry. Then he patted the two little red dots on his little face. "Pika. Pika." Gwen glanced at Pikachu's appearance and asked suspiciously, "Do you have anything to show me too?" Pikachu nodded violently. "Pika. Pika." Gwen sat up immediately and looked at Pikachu curiously. Does Pikachu also have any skills? However, What happened in the next second completely made Gwen shocked. She saw Pikachu clench his small fists and shouted with all his strength, "Pikachu! Asterisk crackle asterisk." When the two small red dots glowed, a golden current quickly appeared, and the two currents shot out from the small red dots and converged into one. Then shoot towards the wall ahead. All of a sudden, the white wall was charred to black. Looking at this scene, Gwen was stunned. Pikachu actually can discharge electricity. Ai. Little Chew, he can discharge electricity. Ai, who walked out of the kitchen, also glanced at the blackened wall. This couldn't have been the power of 100,000 volts. He didn't know if Pikachu lowered his output or if he can't release such a high voltage now. I explained, "It's okay, Pikachu is a synthetic genetic pet, and it is normal to have special skills." "Is it normal?" Gwen looked at Pikachu. After thinking about it, after Dr. Connors turned into a lizard, he still had the same regenerative ability as a metamorphosis. Looking at Pikachu again. It seems really normal." Gwen curiously reached out to touch the little red dots on both sides of Pikachu's cheeks. Pikachu released the electricity gently and Gwen's hand became a little numb. Gwen also smirked. Seeing the two of them having fun, I said, "If you two continue like this, you'll be messing around with things at home. I will deduct your snacks." Gwen and Pikachu heard I's threat. Immediately, they lowered their head in shame. "I'm sorry Pikachu." I smiled and turned on the computer. At this time, the computer was all sorted out by Red Queen, and there was information about Kingpin. After a morning's investigation, Red Queen's ability has invaded almost every network that could be hacked in the world. All over the world, any information about Kingpin was almost gathered by her. Looking at this shocking news, I frowned. Such a person could be like a duck in water in the United States of America. He did all of this while the higher-ups just turned a blind eye. For them, as long as their regime was stable, they didn't care about what was going on down there. Occasionally, when the crowd was angry, it was enough to let Kingpin introduce a scapegoat to push all the charges on. Then the rest was to dare who would want to be next. Oh! How many lawsuits does he have here in New York? I noticed that Kingpin was in New York City and there were still several small lawsuits. These small lawsuits, without exception, are other people's companies being infringed by their rights. They were then brought to court and demanded that they pay huge compensation. If they couldn't compensate, they would use their company to repay the debt, directly giving the company money and managing it. A good move, the white wolf with empty gloves. I had all kinds of documents in his hands. It was then sorted out by the Red Queen. Everyone could find out at once that these are golden evidence. Next was to find someone to fight with it. Almost all the documents stored in electronic files were changed by hackers over there. Slightly stronger companies have their own network means. With the ability of Kingpin's subordinate hackers, it wouldn't be difficult to be invisible. Therefore, Kingpin bullied all small emerging companies with no background. Although these companies were small, they were better in numbers. Looking at the information on the computer, I's heart slowly developed a perfect plan. Next, let me see who will help me deal with Kingpin. I went through every lawsuit that Kingpin needed to fight in the near future and finally fixed his eyes on one of the cases. To be precise, it was one of the lawyers above. Also, the defendant is the only lawyer. Matthew Michael Murdoch. Last time, when I came home late at night, he met the gangsters and fought alongside Daredevil. Daredevil and Kingpin were also old rivals. I said indifferently, "Red, send all the information about the case that lawyer Matthew is in charge of, anonymously. Also, revert back all the changes made by Kingpin and his hackers. And then send the means of modification to all the people involved." "As you wish, Master." Gwen asked curiously, "What are you doing?" I smiled, looked at the computer screen and said, "It's okay, I'm helping a friend with a lawsuit." However, in I's heart, there was another sentence. "Kingpin, your nightmare has begun." Gwen glanced curiously but didn't ask any further questions. New York City. Inside Nelson and Murdoch's law firm office. Matthew, who was sorting out the information in his hand, suddenly heard his computer ring. That was the sound of someone sending a file. Matthew frowned and said to his female assistant, "Could you please look at who sent the document?" "Okay, Attorney Matthew." The female assistant walked over to Matthew's computer and flipped through the new file. It didn't matter if he didn't watch it happen, as long as the female assistant was finished, everyone would be stupefied. After reading the file, the female assistant declared, "Attorney Matthew, we have won this lawsuit." Matthew smiled wryly and shook his head, then said, "Although the other party is Kingpin, the notorious villain. But we haven't found the other side's criminal facts. How can it be said that we have already won? Even if it's me, I can only do my best to fight for the legitimate rights and interests of the victims." Matthew sighed and shook his head. It was because the world was too dark that he would devote himself to a legal career, even if it was only a little help. He also wanted to fight for the last bit of dignity for those innocent people who had been wronged. At least, it won't be so terrible. The female assistant glanced at Matthew and didn't think that lawyer Matthew couldn't see anything wrong before. But now she felt that it was a pity that these things couldn't be seen by Matthew. Although Matthew has the senses of a superhuman, some of them need to be seen with eyes. If you can't see it, you can't see it. No, Attorney Matthew. We really won. Because the documents that were just sent are all about the criminal facts of Kingpin and his company. Matthew thought the female assistant was joking. Not to mention Matthew, even the female assistant wondered if she was dreaming at this time. In the more than 20 years of his career, he has never seen such a complete set of criminal facts. Don't make such jokes. Does this still require a lawsuit? Just hand it in and you're done. But Matthew can't see it, so he doesn't believe it. Attorney, what I said is true. The content of this anonymous document is really the criminal facts of Kingpin. I'll print them out in Braille for you to see. Soon, the female assistant started to operate. Not long after, Braille documents were placed in front of Matthew, and he immediately touched them. Extremely fast reading. Slowly, Matthew's face gradually became awful. Don't continue printing, you go to investigate the authenticity of some of the above. Then come back quickly and tell me. Okay, lawyer Matthew. The female assistant hurried out of the office. Matthew also fell into silence. Who helped me? Not just Matthew. Almost the same thing happened in every corner of New York. Almost without exception, they are all people who have been framed by Kingpin. In the past, there was no evidence, and the appeal was ignored. But now it's different, and the evidence is now in front of them. Many people held the evidence in their hands and cried with joy. Finally, they now have a chance to take revenge. As a result, many New York law firms, including the police department, were full of people on that day. Inside the New York Police Department, George sat in the office and watched the people who kept pouring in to report the crime outside, making him have a headache. A detective entered George's office. George immediately asked, "How is it? What's the situation now?" The detective said, "Sir, everyone outside here is here to file a case." "Nonsense, I know they came to call the police. What I'm asking you is, who are they here to report?" The police detective had a bitter face. He had been a police detective for most of his life, and he had never seen such a battle. So many people, holding piles of evidence. All paid for. And what's even more outrageous is that the evidence in their hands is extremely formal regardless of the rules and procedures. Some even brought videos or even audio recordings. They all came to the police to catch Kingpin. Hearing this, George seemed calmer. So many people called the police with evidence at the same time. It's gold. George tapped the table, knowing that someone must be targeting Kingpin. Can mobilize so many people at once. And they all have criminal evidence. Is it? George immediately thought of a possibility. In this case, it was only possible for the above people to engage in gold mergers. Otherwise, it was impossible to explain why this is the case. Call all the police detectives and follow up the cases reported by everyone according to the best of our capabilities. But, sir, the other party is Kingpin. The detective said in a low voice. Kingpin is not an ordinary person. George can become the director, and his natural vision is much more long-term than these people. If you don't want to go, you can stay. Stop talking nonsense. Yes, sir. When George scolded, the detective did so immediately. In the office, only George was left. George thought about it. He really couldn't figure out why someone would suddenly deal with Kingpin. But it doesn't matter if you can't figure it out. George, wanted to get rid of this New York underground cancer a long time ago. But Kingpin's work is almost impeccable, coupled with a professional team of lawyers. Enough to keep him at large with insufficient evidence. But today was completely different. On the computer, I watched the busy police stations and law firms all over the place. A sneer twitched at the corners of his mouth. Revenge. Here we go. Pikachu. At his side, Pikachu looked at him, sneering by himself curiously. Jarvis, how's the new elemental simulation for the arc reactor going? In front of the workbench, Tony's face was not very good, and he was holding a glass of freshly brewed leaf green juice in his hand. Although it tasted bad, Tony had to drink it all. Because that drink was the only way to delay the symptoms of poisoning in his body. Sir, all the available elements have been simulated, but none have been found suitable. Although it was an expected result, Jarvis' answer still dimmed Tony's expression. But he still hoped to hear Jarvis had a different answer. Tony slowly lifted his clothes and took off the arc reactor from his chest. At the back, wisps of white smoke slowly wafted out. Tony took out the elemental chip that had been burned and deformed. He took out a new chip from a box next to it, and after hesitating for a while, Tony installed it. Inserting it into his chest again. Around the arc reactor on his chest, there were circles of black striped tattoos like veins spreading out. Which were the symptoms of poisoning of the elements. Looking at the symptoms of poisoning on his chest, Tony also knew that if he didn't find new alternative elements, he would die soon. Jarvis, have you done what I asked? Yes, sir. Affirmed Jarvis, using a robotic arm. He handed something the size of a USB flash drive to Tony's hand. Tony took it, pressing his thumb hard on the end with the needle, and the slight pain made him frown. In the next second, a piece of text appeared on the small black display. Palladium content in blood, 11%. When it exceeds 90%, it will be irreversibly life-threatening to your body. And using the Iron Man suit will speed up the release of the palladium element. Listening to Jarvis' reminder, Tony said sadly, "I know, Jarvis, don't remind me. Where is Potts now? Miss Pepper has returned home. Do you need me to give her a call?" Tony shook his head and continued, "Jarvis, what do you think about handing over the entire company to Potts?" "Nice choice, sir." Yinsen walked in from outside and said with a smile, "It's not like you to give up so early." Yinsen. Tony wanted to say that it was a bad habit for him to eavesdrop but didn't have the mood for a vicious tongue now. In front of Yinsen, there was no need to pretend to be as relaxed as in front of others. Because he was aware of the poisoning symptoms in his body. Yinsen glanced at the detector in Tony's hand, 11%, there is still time, as long as you don't wear Iron Man's suit, there is still plenty of time. Tony waved his hand, indeed, Iron Man has just taken office and is about to enjoy his retirement. Tony turned his head and glanced at the 4 sets of Iron Man suits in the glass case. One set is the most basic Mark II, and the remaining 3 sets are new armors created by him according to the environment. The suit of battle armor that fought against the Ironmonger has been completely destroyed. Looking at the sets of armor, Tony had a lot of thoughts in his heart. Perhaps, Iron Man can also be worn by someone else. "Sir, Happy Hogan came to visit and said he was looking for you in a hurry." Tony was taken aback. "Happy? What is he doing at this time? I don't need a car now. Yinsen, you help me try the combined elements, I'll go upstairs and see." Yinsen nodded, "Go on, I happen to have this idea too." Upstairs. Looking at the seascape in front of him, Happy couldn't help but say when he heard Tony coming up the stairs. "The scenery here is always pleasant to look at." Looking at his friend who had been with him for many years, Tony's eyes also flashed a trace of melancholy. Death isn't really that scary. What is really uncomfortable is the process of waiting to die. Now Tony was in such a situation. He was even thinking about how to give away these things of his own. "Happy, what are you looking for from me?" Happy took out a letter from his arms. "When I was in the company just now, a beautiful woman gave it to me. Said to be handed over to Tony Stark." Tony smiled evilly, joking, "Is it a fan who admires me again? Is she planning to ask me out? You should know that I prefer dating in my own home." Tony pointed to his big house. Happy shook his head non-committally. "Maybe you will be disappointed, that woman is a senator. She just came to send an order paper, asking you to go to Monaco in 2 days for a meeting about your possession of weapons of mass destruction." Tony looked at the paper in his hand and tore it up. "They just want me to give them the technology of the armor." Happy nodded, "Yes, that's exactly what they thought. They are dreaming." Tony clearly knew, according to the personality of the senior officials of the United States. Once they got the technology of the Iron Man suit, they will definitely not protect the peace of the Earth, but think about how to use the steel armor for their own benefit. Even at the expense of starting a war. After all, America started out by making a fortune in wars. "Jarvis, find out who's in the meeting tomorrow and send me all their scandals." "Got it, sir." Tony had already thought about how to keep these people in the Senate on track. Seeing Tony's relaxed look, Happy smiled and said, "All right, that's all. I'll go now. Happy. But as he was about to go out, Tony stopped Happy. Then he took out a key from his pocket and threw it directly at him. Happy caught it and was shocked. Isn't this the key to Tony's favorite car? He usually drives this car by himself. But why now suddenly? Tony, what do you? Tony touched his nose and said, don't you like this car very much? I'll let you have it. What? Happy was a little confused. After I used the steel armor, I prefer the feeling of flying. Driving is not for me anymore. So I'll let you drive the car. With this justification, Happy didn't ask more. Happy, happily, held the car keys, which he wanted to drive a long time ago. But Tony had always treated it like a baby, not allowing touching it at all. That's right, Happy. Remember to pick me up for Monaco in 2 days. No problem. Tony. Hearing Happy's voice gradually fade away, Tony glanced at the slightly empty big house. He walked to the floor-to-ceiling windows and looked at the endless sea in front of him, thinking of how he became Iron Man. Hey! Suddenly, Tony's eyes lit up. It seems like he found a solution. He ran into his studio quickly. Yinsen looked at Tony, who hurried down, and asked doubtfully, any new ideas? Tony ignored Yinsen and came to the vacant area of his studio. Jarvis, project the modeling of the golden macaw. Okay, sir. Yinsen also quickly put down the information in his hand and walked toward Tony. The digital model around the two people was quickly established. A pair of projected Emperor armors appeared in front of the two, but the projected Emperor armor was blue. Yinsen pushed his glasses. My God, does this kind of technology really exist in this world? Although he had heard Tony mention it before, this was the first time he had seen the Emperor armor with his own eyes. Jarvis, does he have any energy device on him? I haven't found it yet, sir. Tony looked curiously at the Emperor's armor in front of him, trying to recall every detail he saw that night. Just now, he just thought that if he could obtain the same energy technology as the golden macaw, would it be possible to solve his poisoning? But after looking around, he could not find any special energy technology on the golden macaw. Hope failed again. Tony slumped down on the sofa. Staring blankly at the ceiling, he couldn't help thinking of a person. Dad, what would you do if this happened to you? Howard left something for you. Inside Nick Fury's office, a red-haired female agent with a hot body and black tights looked at Nick Fury suspiciously. Nick Fury looked at the red-haired female agent, stood up and said, "It's not surprising, I used to have a good relationship with him." The red-haired female agent looked at Nick Fury in disbelief. Nick Fury felt a little guilty before speaking. Natasha, don't look at me like that. Natasha Romanov, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s top operative codenamed Black Widow. Silence. Well, I admit that he left it for his son Tony and said only Tony can understand what he left behind. Black Widow nodded. Then why did he give it to you and not Tony himself? Nick Fury shrugged. Who knows what's going on in the minds of these talented scientists? He just told me that if Tony finds out about the arc nuclear reactor one day, give this to him. If it's not researched, forget it. Black Widow cleared all the clues in her mind, so the arc nuclear reactor will poison the elements after use, and Howard told you. Not at all, Howard just told me that the only element on Earth that can be used in the arc nuclear reactor right now is palladium. But if the elements are not perfect, they will release toxicity. If someone with a wound touches them, it will cause poisoning. Nick Fury explained slowly, I just deduced that Tony was poisoned based on the information given by Howard. Howard is a scientist, not a prophet. You called me back because you wanted me to go undercover next to Tony and observe his symptoms of palladium poisoning. Show up at the right time and give him what Howard left behind. Black Widow concluded. Nick Fury nodded slightly, indicating that Black Widow got it all right. Black Widow also gave Nick Fury a deep look and murmured, as expected, he still has the same black heart as before. Black Widow came out of countless mountains of corpses and blood, and she can best understand Tony's mood in the face of death approaching step by step. However, Nick Fury was still waiting for an opportunity. Natasha, I know you are not satisfied with my actions, but in order to form the Avengers, I have no choice. Nick Fury took a breath and continued, I have a feeling the world is about to change soon. And the Avengers will be our weapon. I'm an agent, and I'm not interested in your feelings. Since you gave me the task, then I'll do it. After Black Widow finished speaking, she walked out of Nick Fury's office. She would start by using the power of SHIELD to forge a fake identity and join Stark Industries. Looking at the back of the leaving Black Widow, a smile rose on Nick Fury's face. Perhaps, there is another candidate for the Avengers. 100 volts, discharge. Gwen excitedly pointed to a soda can on the far side of the living room, and Pikachu next to her took a few steps forward. Crawling on the ground, he shouted at the can, Pika. Chewer. A tiny electric current spurted out of Pikachu's cheeks and hit the can in an instant. The can instantly deformed and fell to the ground, emitting a trace of white smoke. That's great, Chew. Gwen exclaimed excitedly. I also glanced at the two guys playing like children, then looked back at the computer in front of him. On the computer screen, there was another scene. Kingpin's company building, downstairs. At this time, it was already surrounded by people. In addition to the ones who came to discuss the story, there were also reporters from major newspapers and magazines in New York City. This was big news never seen before. It was unheard of for a company to receive hundreds of lawyers' letters in just one day. Those law firms were also awestruck. Seeing such a winning case, they acted faster than anyone else. It doesn't matter if his name was Kingpin or not. In a situation where there was a steady victory, would they still be afraid of failing? In addition, New York City was only 1/3 of this acre. Many lawyers had just received a case at noon, and they had prepared a lawyer's letter in the afternoon and sent it directly to the door of Fisk Industries' official building. Many reporters also came to hear the news, hoping to be the first to report this event. Upstairs, Kingpin looked down along the floor-to-ceiling window. The entrance of the company building was surrounded by 3 floors inside and 3 floors outside. Not to mention the commotion that was going on below, the group of subordinates behind him were shivering and did not even dare to breathe right now. You bastards, have you still not found who is targeting me? Hearing the angry Kingpin, one of his subordinates took a step forward. Boss, we really can't find it. All the hackers under our subordinates have also been intercepted by unknown hacker attacks. As soon as they make a move, their computers will immediately crash. Hearing this reason, blue veins emerged from Kingpin's hand due to squeezing his dragon-headed cane. Send out all your strength, check everything, find out who did it, and kill him for me. No, bring him to me, and I will kill him myself. Yes, Boss Kingpin. The subordinates received the order and ran out of the office without looking back, for fear that Kingpin would go crazy later. You, call all the legal teams under my command to deal with the people below. It's just a few small companies, it's not like it will have any impact on me." Kingpin looked at the crowd below with a sneer, suppressing the anger in his heart. In his mind, he had already thought about how to slowly torture them to death after finding out who the initiator was. I smiled contentedly as he looked at Fisk Industries, which was in a mess at this time. The next moment, several cars drove up in the surveillance area and people in suits and briefcases came out from them. The moment when these people got out of the cars, they were all caught by the face recognition algorithm of Red Queen. They were all lawyers raised by Kingpin. On weekdays they were responsible for litigating different cases. But all of them were dispatched today. After the lawyers got out of the car, they were dumbfounded when they saw the crowd at the door. But being dumbfounded was for just a second only. The professional quality was still there. They were given an order from Kingpin to deal with the things on the field today. With this group of lawyers coming out, the scene suddenly became orderly. In the eyes of these tycoons, the so-called law was just a tool for them to exploit using the loopholes. As long as the lawyers they had raised were strong enough, the dead could be flipped to be alive. As for thinking outside the box, various terms explain things. No matter how normal people understood, only this group of lawyers could play and it could be turned around. Just as I watched the development of Fisk Industries, a prompt sounded in his mind. "Frog Cub is back. Frog Cub, did he bring me a travel souvenir? Let's go and have a look. This stupid boy is back too, just at the right time. Now that I have money, I can strengthen you well in the game." I skillfully clicked off the prompt information. His eyes were on the travel specialties that the Frog Cub has just brought back. This time it was a small green stone with a yellow lightning bolt on the inside of the stone. I opened it. Lightning Stone, a special product from the world of Pokémon, a stone with a special power that enables Pokémon to evolve into more powerful Pokémon. Oh, I remember that Pikachu can be evolved into Raichu. I thought about the plot in Pokémon. It seems Raichu is not as cute as Pikachu. I simply put away the Thunderstone first. System, I want to buy 1,000 clovers. Okay, host. As soon as he finished speaking, II's 4-leaf clover balance soared to over 1,500. Looking at the skyrocketing 4-leaf balance, I opened the store. Next, buy things in the store to strengthen the Frog Cub. Long ago, I had already selected the props to buy for the Frog Cubs in his spare time. Man of Steel. Price, 250 clover. Type, disposable props. Item effect, permanently enhance the defense of the Frog Cub. 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Price, 354 leaf clover. Type, disposable props. Item effect, after use, the strength of the Frog Cub will be greatly enhanced permanently, and it can achieve the power of 9 bulls and 2 tigers. Blessed Red Scarf. Price, 434 leaf clover. Type, wearable props. Item effect, after wearing it, the Frog Cub gets blessings, the luck value will increase by 8, plus 8, and it can bring back better travel specialties. I bought these 3 things directly and used them all on the Frog Cub. At this time, the Frog Cub was standing at the door with a pair of swords on his back. There was a red scarf with a little gold on it around its neck. There was also a small bubble with a small heart on the top of his head, and his small body was shaking from time to time. It all shows that the Frog Cub was very happy right now. I looked at the frog cub and asked curiously, "It seems that you had a great time in Pokemon World this time." The two little hands of the frog cub immediately waved, and the small bubble suddenly turned into a big one. In addition to his small avatar, there were also various Pokemon avatars, all clustered together. "You mean, you made a lot of friends in this world, don't you?" The little bubble of the frog cub instantly turned into a smiling face. Seeing the happy frog cub, I also smiled with the corners of his mouth raised. He bought a luxurious bento from the store and put it in Frog Cub's backpack. Pay more attention to safety when you go out to play. If you are bullied like last time, come back directly. I'll buy you the best equipment and then you can fight back. Hearing I's words, the frog cub's small eyes turned into crescents. Then he went back to the table in the room, took out the luxurious bento that I had just bought, and ate it. After eating the bento, the frog cub continued to write a diary on his small table. Looking at the small yard and small pond of the frog cub, I wanted to have some of the frog cub's friends come to play with him and then he could enter the game to meet them. He really felt the small yard of the frog cub must be lonely. I thought for a while, the frog cub has now gone to 4 worlds and has made many friends. P.S. Armored Warrior, Resident Evil, Terminator, Pokemon. There should be a few friends coming to visit soon. Looking at the frog cub who was writing a diary, I took another look at the store and found that there was nothing to buy at the moment. After exiting the store, he took another look at the frog cub and found that the frog cub fell asleep on the table. There was also a small bubble on his nose. I smiled lightly and quit the game. Back to reality. On the computer screen, Kingpin's legal team really didn't suffer any disadvantage. It's been so long and there were already fewer people present. Kingpin upstairs also looked down with satisfaction. These cases are naturally handled by his lawyers. As long as the reasons were right, he doesn't even have to appear in court. At this moment, there was a knock on the office door behind him. Kingpin, who heard the knock on the door, said lightly, "Please come in." The door was pushed open, and a black woman in business attire walked in and bowed slightly to Kingpin's back. "Boss. You're here, Barrister Jenny." Kingpin turned around and looked at Jenny, the barrister in front of him, with satisfaction, the head of all the lawyers he raised. "I knew I could trust you. You got me out of the big trouble, dear." Kingpin opened his arms enthusiastically and walked toward Jenny and gave her a big hug. The thin Jenny was like a doll in Kingpin's arms. Jenny smelled the odor of Kingpin's body, although she showed disgust on her face. But she did not move. It wasn't until Kingpin let her go and saw her disgusted face that he asked, "What's wrong?" Jenny was silent for a while and then replied, "Boss, I suggest you find the person who betrayed you quickly. Otherwise, the next lawsuit will be very troublesome." Kingpin's brows furrowed tightly. "The one who betrayed me? What do you mean by that?" Kingpin knew that he was not a good person, but he also didn't quite believe that his subordinates would betray him. After all, these people knew that betraying him would be very miserable. Jenny looked at him with a dumb look on her face and felt pity for the Kingpin in her heart. He was sold out without him knowing it. "Just now, all the cases we received contained evidence of your crime. And it's all true." As Kingpin's barrister, Jenny knows too much about him, even some dirty work has nothing to do with her. It can be said that she and Kingpin were now grasshoppers on the same rope, both prosperous and damaged. So she also hoped that Kingpin could find the person behind the scenes. In addition to Kingpin's cronies, Jenny couldn't imagine that there were other people who could get this type of evidence. Kingpin listened to Jenny's words and the blue veins started to appear on his forehead. Although he was quiet on the surface, the anger in his heart had reached its peak at this time. It wasn't that he didn't think that someone betrayed him before, but he quickly denied it. He believed that under his own tyranny, no one would dare to take such a risk. But Jenny's words completely crushed his last thread of belief. Inside the Fisk Industries, it seems that there was really a real traitor. Jenny, who has been working with Kingpin for many years, knew that Kingpins at this time already believed in what she said. Then I'll go down and deal with the rest first, and you should be more restrained these days. All lawyers have to get busy, and if you're charged with anything else, it's going to be a mess. I know, you can go. I'll find out who's behind it as soon as possible. With Kingpin's assurance, Jenny resigned from the talk and left. When Jenny left, Kingpin was left alone in the office. Kaka, asterisk. The extreme anger caused the muscles under his suit to bulge quickly. The whole suit was stretched in many places. Traitor! Ha ha ha! The harsh laughter expressed Kingpin's suppressed anger to the extreme at this moment. Ai's house. Tired of playing, Pikachu fell asleep in Ai's arms, and he jumped up on his own initiative. No matter what Gwen said, Pikachu just liked to sleep in Ai's arms. Gwen looked enviously. As for whether she envied Pikachu or Ai, only she knew. Ai, you've been looking at the computer since you finished eating. What are you looking at? Gwen asked curiously. Ai smiled, it's nothing. By the way, Gwen, last time you said Daredevil told you that the gangsters were Kingpin's men. Later, did you meet them again? Gwen thought about it and said, no. I nodded. With Red Queen helping to avoid the search, it is not so easy for ordinary people to find out Gwen's true identity. Not even SHIELD. I was sure that Nick Fury, who was forming the Avengers, had already thought of inviting Gwen as a member. It's just that he hasn't found out Gwen's true identity yet. Master, your new car is downstairs, please go downstairs to sign for it. At this moment, Red Queen's voice suddenly sounded. Hearing this voice, Gwen also looked at Ai curiously. Ai, have you bought a new car? Yes, let's go down to sign for it and go for a ride. Ai was about to get up, but found Pikachu on his lap and touched Pikachu lightly. Little Chew, are you coming out to play? Pikachu, who was sleeping on his lap, jerked his long ears and jumped up. Pika. Like saying, he's very happy. Gwen rolled her eyes at Pikachu. Little Chew, didn't you just say that you were tired? Pikachu glanced at Gwen. Pika, Chew. Gwen looked at Ai with a puzzled face. Ai, what is Little Chew talking about? Ai laughed and said, Little Chew said he was tired of playing with you but he hasn't played with me yet. Gwen glared at Pikachu. Humph. Pika. Pikachu snorted as well. Suddenly, Gwen thought of something, and her eyes moved. Ai, there are no pets like Little Chew outside. Will it cause a riot if I take him out like this? Gwen said exaggeratedly. Hearing Gwen saying this, Pikachu felt aggrieved instantly, and his ears drooped. Pika. As he spoke, there were small tears present in his small eyes. Gwen knew right away that what she said was wrong. I'm sorry, Little Chew. I'm sorry. Seeing that she couldn't comfort Pikachu, Gwen looked to Ai for help. Ai, what should I do? I didn't mean to bully Little Chew. Ai smiled and patted Pikachu's head. It's okay, let's go down. Let Gwen hold you and you can just pretend to be a doll when someone is there. Gwen's eyes lit up. Yeah, Chew. Just pretend to be a doll. Pikachu's ears also stood up again. Pika. Pika. I shrugged. I want to drive so I can't hold you. Gwen can just hold you. Gwen understood that Pikachu disliked her hug, but thinking that she just made him cry, she didn't complain anymore. She took the initiative to hug Pikachu. Little Chew, it's okay. I'll hug you. Let's bring Ai's new car and play together. Pikachu said with some generality. Pika. When they were ready, I took them downstairs together. By the way, I. How can you understand what Little Chew is saying? I just replied, maybe he is closer to me. It should be said that he did not understand what Pikachu said. Instead, he just understood what Pikachu wanted to convey. He didn't know if it was the system's credit or because his spiritual power was getting stronger. Gwen could only nod vaguely, then look at Pikachu in her arms. Little Chew, when will I be able to understand what you are saying? At this time, there was a ding sound and the elevator door opened up. I immediately opened his mouth and said, Little Chew, start acting like a doll. Pika. Pikachu stopped moving in Gwen's arms. He does look like a doll. I and Gwen smiled when they saw it, and walked out of the elevator door together. Outside the gate, an orange and black Audi R8 parked at the gate. It attracted many passers-by attention, making them stop and admire. One is that the car is expensive. The other is that the car is so beautiful. One can't help but wonder who owns such a car. On the side of the car, a blonde woman in a grey business suit with black silk leggings on her legs stood there. Through concave movements, she did her best to highlight the already hot body curve. If it weren't for that dress, she would be mistaken for a car model. This also attracted some people and they took out their mobile phones. As for whether they shot the car or the person on the side, only they themselves know it. After a while the blonde finally saw a young man come out of the apartment door. According to the information about the owner of the car she knew, she immediately recognized him as I. The guy who bought this Audi R8. The blonde hurriedly greeted him, Hello, Mr. I am your one-to-one exclusive waiter. This is your car. As she spoke, the blonde handed over a well-shaped car key. Gwen, who followed I, was also surprised when she saw the R8. She thought that I just bought a good car, but she never thought that I would actually buy a luxury car. Although she didn't understand cars, looking at this kind of service and the shape of the car, she knew that the car was definitely not cheap. I took the car keys from the blonde's hand and said, Thank you. Looking at the Audi R8 with a contrasting color design in front of him, I was also very satisfied. In this world, there are only two things that really arouse the interest of men: luxury cars and beauties. Of course, the beauty was not the waitress who was scratching her head, but Gwen holding Pikachu behind her. I got in the car and tried the sound of the R8 engine. Nodding with satisfaction, he said, Get in the car. The blonde girl who had been waiting by I's side had a happy expression on her face. It seems that today's styling was not in vain. When she saw that the car was going to be picked up by a young man, she deliberately dressed herself like a hot teenager. Look, isn't this the win? Carda, asterisk. As the car door opened, the blonde said happily, Mr. I, let me introduce you to the various features of this new R8. The blonde unbuttons her neckline suit without looking at all. Mr. I, it's a little hot in the car, if you don't mind. I glanced at her and said, "What are you doing here?" "Blonde." Gwen behind him couldn't help but chuckle. "Pfft. Ha ha ha." Looking at the embarrassed blonde, Gwen couldn't help laughing while holding Pikachu. The blonde looked at I with a confused expression. "Ha." I looked at her again. Good body. The appearance was also top-notch. But unfortunately, I didn't like her. "I called the one behind you." Before leaving the car door in embarrassment, the blonde waitress said "I'm sorry," repeatedly. She was also embarrassed when she turned to look at Gwen. To ease the embarrassment, she noticed Pikachu in Gwen's arms. "Your doll is so cute." Seeing an unfamiliar hand stretched out, in Pikachu's 2 red dots, a little electric current flashed. In his mouth, he whispered, "Pi. Ka." Seeing the Pikachu getting angry, Gwen hurried past the blonde and got into the car. If she were to be electrocuted by Pikachu, this blonde would shed a layer of skin even if she didn't die. "Thanks, bye." With a loud bang, the door closed. With the humming of the engine, the blonde was left alone in the wind. Just now, that doll discharged electricity. In the car, Gwen hugged Pikachu. "Little Chew, you can't do this next time." Although she was very annoying, you can't electrocute people at every turn. "Pika Pika." Pikachu shook his head. Gwen immediately looked at I. "Does Little Chew mean it won't happen next time?" "Do I understand what Little Chew is saying?" Gwen asked happily. I, who was driving, couldn't help but laugh when he heard Gwen's question. "Ha ha. Hey, what are you laughing at?" "What Little Chew said is that he doesn't like that woman, and he will electrocute her next time he sees her." Gwen blushed. "This is embarrassing." "Gwen, sit tight. I'm going to speed up." I stepped on the accelerator, and the sound of the R8's engine burst forth, accompanied by a strong sense of force pushing them back. This feeling was completely different from I using Emperor's armor to fly or Gwen's spider web to swing on buildings. Countless scenes quickly fell backwards from both sides. I, slow down. You're going to hit, you're going to hit. Even Gwen, who swings using spider webs in New York City every day, couldn't handle the situation and hurriedly asked I to slow down. But Pikachu, who was in Gwen's arms, shouted excitedly at the moment. "Pika! Pika!" Then, Audi's central control screen flashed, and a little girl in a red dress appeared on the central control screen. "Master, how does the new car feel?" "Not bad. Red, navigate the nearest winding road. I'm going to try the limit of this car." "Right away, sir." Gwen's face turned pale all of a sudden. I, please slow down." "Pika. Pikachu." In contrast, Little Chew in her arms shouted with excitement. "Little Chew, what are you talking about?" "New York Police Department." Several plaincloth-wearing detectives stood in George's office, and one of them handed a document to George. After George glanced at it, his pupils shrank slightly. "Interpol." Moreover, the highest level here was still the Interpol level of inspector. "What are they doing here?" "Director George, I want you to dispatch some people to cooperate with our actions at night." "Action? Are there international criminals in New York City?" George frowned. Within the scope of their jurisdiction, there were international criminals on the run, and that was a big deal. And he never found out. The leading middle-aged man continued, "Strictly speaking, it is not an international criminal." Just when George was about to breathe a sigh of relief, The man's next sentence directly brought George's heart to his throat. It's an international criminal gang. George. This is even more compelling than international criminals. What kind of international criminal gang? The inspector gestured, and a female detective behind him took out a document and handed it to George. George quickly flipped through. The inspector also added something that was not in the documentation. 2 years ago, a police station in the Middle East received a report from a girl who said that she was sold to the Middle East. Later, the girl died in the police station inexplicably. Hearing this, George frowned. This was a case of human trafficking, and there was still an umbrella in police stations in the Middle East. Then, a police detective with a reasonable conscience reported the matter, although it was finally suppressed by the Middle East. But it also caught the attention of Interpol. In the past few years, after our investigation, we found a huge industrial chain of buying and selling people. The center of its transactions was found to be in New York. The inspector clicked on George's desk. After reading the information at hand, George also took a deep breath and calmed down his mood. Then you were secretly investigating in New York, and today you suddenly asked me to send more staff. Did you find any important clues? Hearing this question, the inspector's expression became slightly strange. The female police detective behind him stepped forward and took out a mobile phone. Just at noon, we received a report. There is not only evidence of people buying and selling, but also a transaction this evening. Even including their venue layout tonight, how many people on both sides, it is very clear. George also had a strange look on his face after hearing this. Are these still just normal reports? Taking over the detective's mobile phone, it turned out that the description of tonight's transaction was simply too detailed. Have you ever thought that maybe the person behind this discovered you first, so he made up such a text message to deceive you? The purpose is to move the tiger away from the mountain. Maybe their trade is in another place tonight. George said with experienced analysis. The female police detective said, in the beginning, I thought the same as you, but until this information revealed the people behind the scenes. We then knew that the report was true. And it is very likely that black eats black. The person behind the scenes. George wondered. The female detective swiped the interface on the phone. A face that George was familiar with and could no longer be familiar with appeared on the phone screen. Kingpin. Yes, the underground emperor of New York. I don't know if it was reported maliciously or it might also be reported by Kingpin's subordinate. Then this person is courting death in New York. But if it's Kingpin's subordinates, it's justified if you want to beat black with black. George's face became more and more strange. He suddenly had a feeling. Why is the whole world wants to deal with Kingpin today? The inspector also saw Officer George's increasingly strange face, and asked suspiciously, Sergeant George, what's the matter with you? George raised his finger and pointed out the glass window of the office, the busy New York Police Department. The inspector immediately misunderstood what he meant and frowned. Sergeant George, do you mean the NYPD is busy and doesn't have time to accompany us to disrupt this human trafficking? The female police detective also said angrily, when we inquired, we thought you were also a great police detective. As a result, we're here today, but I never thought that you'll also be afraid of Kingpin. In their eyes, George seemed to know that they were going to deal with Kingpin, so he didn't want to go to the troubled waters to protect himself. Before the few of them came, they swore that George would help them. Now there was only deep disappointment left in her eyes. George watched a few of them misunderstand him, and quickly explained. Do you know what those people outside are here for today? Several Interpols were taken aback. What else can they do other than report to the police station? Are they looking for a cup of tea with you, the director? The detective immediately noticed something was wrong. Why are so many people reporting the crime today? After his reminder, others had also discovered that there were too many people reporting the crime in the police station today. There's not enough manpower for busy detectives. George continued, today, they all came to report the case to arrest Kingpin. Interpol. Not only the New York Police Department, but other sub-bureaus also have many similar cases, as well as law firms. As George spoke, he walked to the door and greeted one of his subordinates to bring a volume of files. Look, this is the criminal evidence they have about Kingpin. A few Interpol looked around curiously, and their faces gradually became complicated. The evidence listed above was almost at a professional level. This evidence can be handed over to a police station at will, and people can be pulled directly. It's a pity that the other party was Kingpin, and there was a professional team of lawyers who could deal with it. The inspector closed the file in his hand and looked at Chief George. What do you think? I think, as you can already guess, Kingpin has been hacked. And the other party is very likely to be Kingpin's henchman, so he was able to grasp the criminal evidence against Kingpin. It was also accurately delivered to the hands of every victim. George continued his analysis. Every single one of these pieces of evidence is true. That is to say, the business people you are going to destroy tonight must also be real. Several Interpol nodded in agreement. Now they agreed that it was Kingpin's people who wanted to put a knife on him. Tonight, I will dispatch people to cooperate with your actions. Come on, let's go to the conference room. According to their arrangement, arrange the police force. George brought all the materials. I believe that tonight, I will be able to take down this group of damn criminal gangs without any effort. Inside Matthew's law firm. Today he has received a lot of cases against Kingpin. Even his superhuman-like system seemed a little tired at the moment. The most outrageous thing was that every single case had all the criminal facts and illegal operations of the Kingpin. What the hell happened today? Matthew was not stupid, he also realized that something was wrong. He also specially asked his female assistant to check several other law firms. It was found that law firms all over New York had received the same case against Kingpin. And they were all going to law firms with a lot of evidence. Matthew frowned under his sunglasses, thinking secretly in his heart, Kingpin, what kind of person have you offended? Matthew didn't think in the direction of Kingpin's subordinates or his cronies who wanted to black out. Judging from his experience in fighting with Kingpin for so many years, there must be no such capable people among his subordinates. Because of this, Matthew was even more puzzled. In the whole of New York City, who else can do this to Kingpin? Was it Nick Fury? Matthew thought of Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD, who had come to win him over but was rejected by him. Matthew also saw the strength of this director of SHIELD at the beginning. But because he was used to being a loner, he had no interest in joining his organization. After thinking about it, Matthew only thought of this possibility. To be able to cover the sky with one hand and at the same time spread out so many criminal facts about Kingpin's many crimes, he's afraid that only Nick Fury has such hard power in the entire United States of America. Just when Matthew was thinking about why Nick Fury would do this, a private cell phone rang. Matthew picked up the phone. How is it? Is there any news? There is only one person who knows his number. And that is the informant he keeps outside as Daredevil. As long as the major gangs are in trouble or any illegal transactions, Matthew will work as Daredevil to stop or destroy them. The news revealed by the person on the other end of the phone shocked Matthew. You said you found a place to buy and sell people. Where? Good. Good. I'll be there tonight. Matthew hung up the phone immediately, took out the SIM card inside, and crushed it. It's his way of protecting his informants, and he'll destroy a calling card after a single call. Next time, the informant would buy a new SIM card and put it at the old location, and he would turn into Daredevil to get it. Human trafficking, I've been following you for a long time. Matthew's face contorted with a trace of cruelty. After so many years, I finally found a place for human trafficking. In the window behind him, the sun slowly went down. On a mountaintop, I took Gwen and Pikachu stood in front of them both, watching the sunset together. Gwen gently rested her head on I's shoulder and said slowly, I, can you stop driving so fast when we go back? I was scared. I smiled and nodded. It's the first time I've driven this kind of car and I'm also a little excited. Gwen looked at I in disbelief. This is your first time driving this kind of car? Yeah, it's never been so good before. Gwen rolled her eyes at I. Don't drive so fast next time, if you're not careful. Careful. Saying that, Gwen still carried a little grievance. She was really worried that something would happen to I. Pikachu also felt the emotional change of Gwen behind him, walked to Gwen and shook Gwen's arm. I, what is Little Chew talking about? I explained. He said that you should not be angry, the master will be very careful. Looking at Pikachu's caring look, Gwen also smiled happily. Then she patted I on the shoulder. It's all your fault, you scared me. Pika. I hugged Gwen. Okay, I promise you to drive slower next time. Pika. Pikachu jumped happily and jumped between the two. Gwen also happily patted Pikachu's head. Little Chew, come home with me later. I was on top of the mountain, enjoying his life comfortably. But New York at the foot of the mountain, at the moment, was in a mess. In a hall, Kingpin sat on a large chair with his crutch in both hands. In front of him, 10 people stood. The 10 people had different attires. There were upper-class people in suits, those with tattoos that look like gangsters, and those with fat and ugly faces. But these 10 people, without exception, had followed Kingpin and had worked hard for most of the years. It can be said that these people and Kingpin were together from being small-time gangsters to where he is today. Everyone knows what happened today. Kingpin looked at the 10 people present, and a burst of killing intent could be felt in his eyes. Even he was unwilling to believe that the one who betrayed him was among these 10 people. But if you can get so many criminal facts about him and you can also accurately deliver them to each victim. Except for these subordinates who did his dirty bidding with him. Who else could it be? It's not that Kingpin didn't think about it. Could it be Nick Fury? But the idea was quickly rejected by him. Because he was still useful to Nick Fury. As long as he was there, the underground of New York would not become chaotic. Also, he could help Nick Fury do some dirty work that even SHIELD can't do. In any case, as long as he still has value to Nick Fury won't shoot him. This was also the reason why he had been able to trudge New York without worry for so many years. Not only could he get away from his crimes, but he also got bigger and bigger. The 10 people in the hall looked at each other, nervousness seeping through their skin. One of them, a man in a suit, stepped out first and said, "Boss, this is someone who wants to deal with us. And is well prepared. So much information can be found and released so accurately. It can be seen that the other party has been planning this for a long time. If he knew that the Red Queen had collected these in just one morning, he would not have said that." Kingpin nodded in agreement and said, "You think this will be done to someone else? It will also be done to myself." When he said the last sentence, Kingpin's eyes glowed with cold light, and he looked straight at the man in a suit. The man in the suit met Kingpin's murderous look and immediately felt cold sweat on his back. When he spoke, he trembled. "It's hard to say, boss. However, the one who can collect so much evidence is probably one of our own." The man in the suit said these words as if he had exhausted all his strength. Under the pressure Kingpin was exuding, his voice became weaker and weaker. Several others also lowered their heads. At this time, who would dare to talk nonsense? If they accidentally provoke Kingpin, they might die at any moment. For the 10 of them, it was as clear as day. It was them who had been with Kingpin for the longest time and had the deepest relationship. But because they had been with Kingpin for the longest time, they were also the ones who knew Kingpin the most among his subordinates. They knew too well when to talk and when not to talk. Because in front of Kingpin, if they said one wrong word, it would be their death. Not to mention these sensitive times. Looking at the appearance of the 10 people, Kingpin said slowly, "You guys also check it out for me. If you find out who it is, just come and tell me." "Yes, boss." 10 people responded in unison. Seeing Kingpin no longer speaking, the 10 people hurriedly left the hall. They all felt that if they continued to stay there, they might die at any time. Waiting until the 10 people left, Kingpin sat back and kept thinking about who it might be. At this time, a graceful bikini woman slowly walked out from behind him and said, "Boss Kingpin, the hot spring water is ready for you." Kim nodded and stood up from his seat. Although he was worried earlier, his living habits would still not change. Every day, he would soak in the hot spring with his maids. In his words, that would keep him awake and sane. In the hot spring pool, Kingpin was being serviced by the maids. His brain gradually emptied a lot. A lot of trivial matters have been forgotten today. It doesn't matter, he thought, it's just a lawsuit of some ordinary people. His team of lawyers would solve it for him. As long as his big business was not shaken. Everything was still under his control. New York City, New York Harbor. It was one of the largest external ports in New York City, and countless goods are imported and shipped from here every day. There were also various smuggled goods. But as long as it does not cause too much of a stir, nothing major would happen. On top of a container, Daredevil Matthew was using the darkness of the night to hide his figure. At the same time, he looked at the 2 groups of people below. One group was wearing porter clothes, while the other group was wearing camouflage that resembled a vest. Among them, 2 people came out of the team wearing porter clothes. Walked to the side of the container and pried open one of the slightly smaller one of the containers. At the moment when the container was opened, Daredevil's 5 senses penetrated the interior of the container to the maximum extent. In an instant, his face became ugly. Because the inside of the container was crowded with hundreds of people. Although there was no way to see their skin color, Matthew's perception could tell one thing. All the people in the container were women. If he was not here tonight, Matthew couldn't even believe that such a dark transaction chain was hidden under the bright city of New York. These women can't all come from New York. They have to be transported here from other places, and then through the convenience of New York Harbor. After negotiating a good price, they would be shipped all over the world. Some of these women would be sold to poor areas as wives, and some would be sold to some underground black mines as cheap labor. Some were even sold to unknown laboratories and used directly for human trials. In short, from the moment they entered the container, what awaited them was a dark and tragic fate. Sometimes, due to the lack of air circulation in the container, they would get sick and eventually die in the container collectively. Even if there were survivors, to prevent virus infection, they would be directly cremated. This was the darkness of human trafficking. Boss Kingpin, transactions in several places are proceeding in an orderly manner. So far, there have been no problems. Kingpin in the hot spring pool nodded in satisfaction after listening to the report of his subordinate. As long as there were no problems with these businesses, he would still be the king of the New York City underground. Kingpin sneered and said, "Okay, you can go. Tell the people under you to be more restrained for now and to not cause me any trouble." The subordinate nodded lightly, "Yes, Boss Kingpin." Seeing that the subordinate didn't mean to leave, Kingpin asked, "Is there anything else?" "Boss. That AI's stock of Stark Industries, are you going to get it?" Kingpin narrowed his eyes. He was so distracted by these trivial matters that he had forgotten about the stocks in AI's hand completely. "Get him here and send more people over tomorrow. Remember, bring him to me, I will sign a transfer contract with him in person." The subordinate smiled slightly. "Understood, Boss Kingpin. I will bring him to you tomorrow." "Well, off you go. Always pay attention to the trend of the transaction, and if there is a problem, contact everyone and quickly withdraw. Even if you die, you can't be caught." Kingpin ordered. If these people in charge of transactions were caught, the consequences would be dire. "Don't worry, boss. The brothers under my command all understand." "Then I won't disturb you anymore, boss." Kingpin nodded and waited until the person left before closing his eyes and lying in the hot spring pool, enjoying himself. After the subordinate walked out of the room, he remembered the scene in the hot spring pool just now. He couldn't help but feel hot. "Damn, every time I come here to report something, I have to see how cool he is. No, I'm going to have a good time too. At this point in the transaction, it should be fine. Anyway, there have been no accidents for so many years. It should be fine tonight too." After thinking about it, the subordinate walked in the other direction with a smile on his face. "Today, these are all high-quality goods. The price is naturally high." Boss Kingpin also said, "Now that the Interpol investigation is very strict, you can only buy from us." The leader of the porters pointed to the woman in the container and said confidently, "Now almost the entire world's population of buying and selling must go through the hands of Kingpin." After Kingpin became dominant, it was normal to sit on the market and raise the price. As long as there was still room for profit, the group of desperados in front of them would not care too much. After the translation, the faces of the group of people in camouflage became a little ugly. The one in the lead spoke incomprehensible language to the one behind him. Then the man behind him put on a mask and walked into the container. Matthew, who had been watching, frowned, and the next moment, a woman's scream of fear could be heard inside the container. Matthew's hand burst out veins as he tightly gripped his stick, but it wasn't time to shoot. And so far the group of women were safe. The one in the camouflage suit just now went in and tore open a few of them at random, checking the condition of the items. After a while, the man in camouflage came out and whispered a few words in the ear of their leader. The leader nodded. With the help of the translator, the leaders on both sides shook hands happily. Transaction complete. Matthew above knew that now was the best time to do it. The moment the two sides reached a deal was when they were at their most vulnerable. With a flick of his hand, the red stick instantly stretched and became long. Tonight, I don't plan to keep my hand. Just as Matthew was about to jump from the top and start, the sirens suddenly sounded loud, surrounding the area. Matthew's eyes narrowed suddenly. What's the matter? Why are the police coming at this time? If there's a massive shootout, the people in the container will be in danger. Although he had keen five senses, it was focused on the inside of the container. He didn't notice that the police were already positioned in ambush all around. This time, Matthew spread out his five senses completely and Matthew's face changed in an instant. There are so many people here. A large group of detectives flooded out of the darkness, surrounding everyone in the transaction. Don't move. We're NYPD detectives and you all are under arrest. When the two groups of people were just about to use guns to defend themselves, dozens of infrared rays instantly covered their bodies, and there was a group of people who rushed out, holding pistols and facing them. Resist. Resist this shit. They were sure that as long as they dared to make a move, they would be shot into a hornet's nest in an instant. This was the United States of America. As long as these detectives felt that their lives were in danger, they could retaliate against them without hesitation. Throw all your weapons here. I'll count to 3. George decisively held a shotgun at the two groups in front of him. Since the last time when he dealt with Connors the Lizard, he felt that the shotgun was really comfortable to use. 3. The two leaders looked at each other, reading each other's thoughts through eye contact. Eyeing about what to do with the current situation. Just accept fate. Without hesitation, the two leaders threw the pistols in their hands. The people behind saw their leaders surrendering and also threw their weapons one after another. Because if they didn't throw it out, they might die. Just throw it out so we could still live. Although they were all outlaws, doing illegal businesses, who would want to die if they could survive? George watched the group of people cooperate so well and looked at the inspector beside him, and then called the other men to go up and tie them all up. Matthew was still on the container, staring blankly. Since becoming Daredevil, it was the first time he felt like a spectator. It's over without any help. I thought there would be an intense shootout, but was resolved so quickly now. He thought to himself. After everyone was arrested, a police detective rushed over. Head, Inspector. Go and look over there. George and the Interpol inspector looked at each other and looked at the two containers in front of them. When they saw the scene inside and the unpleasant stench, their expressions instantly became extremely ugly. There were women in this container. Among them, black women were the majority, followed by white women, and finally yellow people. From the time they were put into the container, all food, drink, urine and feces were in the container. Therefore, in the container at this time, there was a foul smell of fermentation. Did Kingpin do all of this? George looked at the inspector beside him. The inspector nodded. Yes, according to the clues and information we found, they are all related to Kingpin. George's face gradually became gloomy, and such a thing happened under his eyelids. If it wasn't for Interpol finding him today, he's afraid he wouldn't know anything about it. The inspector also noticed the change in George's mood and patted George on the shoulder. "Don't worry, as long as you get solid evidence, you can arrest him." George turned his head to the radio equipment beside him and said, "Notify all hospitals in New York City that we need support here." Under George's instructions, the follow-up work was carried out in an orderly manner. And the same thing happened all over New York. Police all over New York had destroyed various crime scenes today. And it was surprisingly smooth, almost taking down a piece of hard bone without abandoning a single soldier. The heads of the bureaus all over the place had bright smiles on their faces like chrysanthemums. Wasn't this their target all year round? After soaking in the hot spring, Kingpin lay on his big bed with a very happy expression. Because so far, no one has come down to report any problem. This proves that tonight's trade was going on smoothly. Kingpin smiled proudly and said to himself, "I'm happy tonight, let's have some fun." Soon, cheerful voices resounded in Kingpin's room. Some of the younger subordinates who were guarding outside felt a little uncomfortable after hearing these voices. But there was nothing they could do about it, they could only continue to guard outside. On the other side, inside an upscale restaurant. After enjoying the sunset, I brought Gwen and Pikachu to a restaurant at the foot of the mountain for dinner. I wore headphones and listened to the action reports of various police stations intercepted by Red Queen. He smiled with satisfaction. Soon, Kingpin would feel the feeling of falling from heaven to hell. Gwen, who was sitting opposite I, put her arms around Pikachu. When no one was paying attention, she secretly took a piece of fruit from the table and handed it to Pikachu. "Little Chew, try this, is it delicious?" Pikachu took the fruit and put it in his mouth, chewed it for a while and said with some disgust, "Pika. What is Little Chew talking about? He said it was too sour." Gwen smiled. "Of course the lemon is sour. Try this cherry." Pikachu. Pikachu's ears twitched, saying, "Delicious Tilda." Looking at the two little guys who had finished eating and were now playing, I asked, "Gwen, are you full?" "Well, I'm full. What about you, Little Chew?" Pikachu. Pikachu's restless little paws stretched out on the table and took a cherry and put it in his mouth. After eating, he nodded, Pika. Okay, let's go then." Outside the restaurant, I brought Gwen to the front of the car. Gwen looked at I's car and suddenly thought of a question she had discussed with his friends when she was at school. So she looked at I also noticed Gwen's eyes. "What's the matter? Did I get something on my face?" After asking, I picked up a water bottle and took a sip. Gwen smiled and asked, "Do you want to do that in the car?" Puff. The water in I's mouth spewed out directly. Seeing I's strange movements, Pikachu was also confused. Pika. All around, the people who came and went also looked in their direction curiously, pointing and whispering with each other. Young people these days know how to play. Would such a good car be a bit of a waste? Why care about them? It's the little couple's own business. "Husband, where's your car?" Gwen also noticed the weird faces of the people around her, but it was her problem that she hadn't realized yet. Just when she was about to ask again, I hopped in front of her and covered her mouth. "Gwen, tell me the truth, who taught you this?" Gwen was stunned. "Who taught me what?" "The one you just asked." "Did you mean doing it in the car then?" Gwen looked at I and lowered her voice intelligently. I nodded. If he knew who taught Gwen too badly like this, he guaranteed that he wouldn't let him go. Except for himself. It was when I was at school when I heard other girls say it. I asked them what they meant. They said that when I find a boyfriend with a car in the future, I would know. Then I just saw your car and I remembered. Gwen recalled with a simple expression, and then asked, what is that? Is that a bad word? I struggled for a while, but still had to explain it to Gwen. It would be embarrassing for her to ask someone else. I gently leaned into Gwen's ear, and Pikachu's small ears that were eavesdropping on gossip also perked up in his arms. With I's explanation, Gwen's face became auburn red like a tomato. Pika. In the end, she buried herself directly in Pikachu's head. She quickly opened the door and entered the co-pilot seat. She didn't say a word anymore. Embarrassed. It was so loud just now. I was a little amused when he saw Gwen's reaction. Then he looked at his car again and thought that it was a pity. This car, it seems, is not suitable for that. There is still time to buy a suitable one. Hurry up. I want to go home. Gwen, still blushing, urged I. She didn't want to stay here for a second now, she was really ashamed earlier. I sat in the main driver's seat and comforted, okay, I'll take you home. This time around, I was not driving very fast. Because the night view of New York City was quite good, they could just enjoy it through the window. Gwen, who buried her head, pouted and looked at I. Looking at Gwen with a cute face, I asked curiously, what's the matter? Just now, why didn't you stop me quickly? Miss Gwen, I didn't know you would suddenly ask such a question. Gwen thought about what happened earlier, and it seemed that it was indeed the case, she had just suddenly asked that question. So I couldn't immediately respond. Humph. However, this did not prevent Gwen from being angry and turning her head away. Pikachu looked at Gwen with an incomprehensible expression. Pika. Pikachu. What did little Chu say? I was stunned. Do you want me to say it? Of course, otherwise how would I know what little Chu is talking about? What little Chu asked was, what did you mean by what you just said? Gwen's face became red again. Little Chu, remember. Don't ask that again in the future, okay? Stacy household, front door. Gwen blushed and got out of the car. As long as she thought about the words she had said, she would feel ashamed. After getting out of the car, she ran home without even saying goodbye. As for Pikachu, he stared blankly at Gwen from the passenger seat. Pika. It's fine, tomorrow she will be fine. I assured and stepped on the accelerator. He suddenly thought of the new house that was bought by Red Queen some time ago. It seems to be still under renovation, he thought. Then let's go and take a look. Red, navigate to our new house, I'll go take a look. Okay, sir. Replied Red Queen. I glanced in the direction of the new house, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed out. As Gwen got home, the heat on her face still hadn't subsided. Gwen's mother, who heard the door open, came out. Hey, Gwen. Why are you still standing at the door and not coming in? It's all right, Mom. I'm blowing my hair. Gwen said with a smile. Hair dryer. Gwen's mother put on the mask and glanced at Gwen suspiciously. What wind is blowing behind the door? Weird. Mom, hasn't Dad come back yet? Gwen quickly changed the subject and asked. Gwen's mother also glanced at the time, only to realize that it was very late, and said leisurely, "Maybe he's not coming home tonight. He texted me in the afternoon saying he had a very important task." Gwen nodded and walked in. The mother and daughter were used to this kind of thing. When she was little, Gwen would still complain a little, but then she gradually understood. "Mom, I'll go upstairs first. There's still something I need to do." "Go, remember to take a shower and go to bed early." Gwen went back upstairs and opened her laptop. "Red, is there any big case at the police station today?" Red Queen appeared on the computer screen and replied, "Yes, Miss Gwen. Mr. George's NYPD detected a human trafficking transaction today." Human trafficking. Gwen's face changed. This was all done by a group of desperados. Once they got their hands on this matter, there would be a massive shootout. "Where's my dad? How's the action now?" "Don't worry, Miss Gwen. Mr. George and his colleagues are all very well, and the task has been accomplished very well. Also, Daredevil was also at the mission site." Gwen was relieved. "Did Daredevil help my dad and them?" "No, Daredevil didn't take action. Mr. George and the others have already captured all the criminals. Now they have all been brought back to the police station for questioning. Then this Daredevil just acted as a spectator. It was over before he could start." "Forget it, it's okay in the end." Gwen, who was about to take a bath, suddenly turned red. "That's right, Red." "Yes, Miss Gwen. Can you help me look up the various terms in the world about that kind of thing?" "No problem, Miss Gwen. I'll get the information sorted out on your desk later." Gwen nodded happily so that she would never talk nonsense again. Thank you." "And Miss Gwen, you can say it. You can't let I know about this matter." Red Queen paused, then replied, "No problem, Miss Gwen. Then I'll take a shower first." New York City Police Department. Daredevil Matthew stood at the top of a big tree, looking towards the door of the New York City Police Department. A large group of detectives were busy with the check-in procedures for the people they just caught. At the door, George and the international inspector watched as international criminals were sent into the police station one by one. Both felt a little unrealistic. Everything went so smoothly tonight. In particular, several Interpol officers had been preparing for 2 years in order to track down this human trafficker. 2 years of preparation. It was over in less than an hour. They thought there would be a life-and-death shootout tonight. And the result, not even a bullet was fired. Everything went so well. It's so smooth that several Interpols had some doubts about their lives, thinking that the work they did in the previous 2 years was all in vain. "Director George, it was a pleasure working with you." "Pleasure working with you, too." The two held hands in a daze. Not sure if this was a collaboration or just an exercise with a script that was known in advance. Not just them. Even Daredevil standing on a tree was a little confused at the moment. He did nothing tonight. Matthew shook his head in a trance. Forget it, after all, Kingpin's human trafficking trade was destroyed. I'll just go back, there are still a bunch of cases to solve tomorrow. Daredevil made a few jumps and disappeared into the vast darkness. Matthew, who returned to his home, took off Daredevil's clothes. At this time, Matthew felt a hint of coolness in his body. Am I catching a cold?" Daredevil said strangely to himself since he had acquired these superpowers. He couldn't seem to become sick anymore, or was he? What a weird day today. Matthew made a summary for today. He could already imagine Kingpin's expression after learning that his human trade had been dealt with in one pot. Wouldn't he be furious as hell? He and Kingpin had been fighting with each other for so many years, and he had never seen Kingpin suffer like this before. New York City. In a room in a red light district. Pink lights illuminated a room. On the bed, the subordinate who came out of Kingpin's hot spring room picked up a cigarette with great satisfaction. However, the black girl beside him was obviously not so satisfied. But still flatteringly lit a cigarette for him. "Boss, you are really amazing. Will you come next time?" The man glanced at the black girl beside him, and after spitting out a puff of smoke, he said with satisfaction, "Of course, I'll be here tomorrow night. I told you that I'm going to catch a billionaire tomorrow. When the task is completed, the boss will definitely reward me. I will cover you for a month without any problem." The black girl's eyes lit up when she heard this sentence. This man was not very good, but his money is still good. I won't be very tired of pleasing him, and I can get a month's worth of pay. Boss, you have to keep your word. I won't pick up anyone tomorrow night, I'll be waiting for you. Okay. After her words, the man kissed her, and when he was about to do it again, the phone in his pocket rang. The man picked up his clothes on the side with an impatient look and answered the phone. What? He didn't know what it was about, but the news from the other end of the phone made him sweat. No. Impossible. It was fine when I came out. Boss, what's the matter? The black girl came up and hugged the man, and the man pushed her away. Go away. Damn, this time I'm dead. I have to go back quickly. The man quickly put on his clothes and the black girl looked at him in a hurry. Boss, you haven't given the money yet. The man took out some money directly from his pocket and threw it on the black girl's face. Then he opened the door and ran away without looking back. The black girl turned on the light and counted the money on the bed. The expression on her face was even more uncomfortable than eating shit. Damn, I don't have enough money to go out. Fuck. Kingpin sat on his bed with satisfaction. The maids of all shapes and sizes were weakly lying in all directions on the big bed. So far, no bad news has come. He was also in a good mood. This proved that the person he's confronting may only have evidence of his actions against ordinary people. The foundation has not been shaken. No big deal. He thought. Kingpin was secretly proud of himself. Sure enough, in New York City, it was not easy to deal with him. At this moment, Kingpin's personal cell phone rang. Only those he has partnered with knew this phone number. Kingpin frowned and probably guessed what was going on. In the past, after the transaction was completed, they would make a phone call to announce the good news. And by the way, they would also like to praise him for his good products. Kingpin picked up the phone and said confidently, "How is it? Are my goods still to your satisfaction?" "Don't worry, as long as you and I." "What?" Kingpin's huge body suddenly jumped up from the bed. The escorts on the bed screamed at his abrupt reaction. At this time, Kingpin clenched his fists. The small mobile phone which was also in his hand was crushed after a flash of sparks. "Come on!" Kingpin roared loudly, and the terrifying sound made the escorts cover their ears tightly. The men who were guarding the door immediately ran in. "Boss, what's the matter?" Kingpin looked around. "Where's your eldest brother?" With so many subordinates, Fisk can only recognize the leaders. And the person who was just sent by him to watch the transaction at the right time was the eldest brother of this group of bodyguards. "Not here at all now," Those subordinates were also dumbly looking at each other. One of his subordinates came out and said, "Boss, our eldest brother has been out for a long time. Go find him for me and get him here. Notify all the high-level executives to come here for a meeting, hurry up." Under Kingpin's anger, everyone reacted quickly. Somewhere in New York, a man in a trench coat was curled up by the trash can, his body dirty. This windbreaker looks like it was picked up from a dumpster. And this person was none other than the head of the Kingpin's bodyguard. After he got out of the red light district, he hurriedly called his informant. Thereafter, he finally knew what happened to all the transactions Kingpin did tonight. All the people involved in the transaction were captured alive. Hearing the news, his feet softened on the spot. Go back to find Kingpin. That's just rushing yourself to death. After internally thinking of a solution, in the end, he just pretended to be a beggar. I can survive, as long as the boss dies, I can survive. He knew too well how badly these transactions would hit Kingpin. What's more, all the participants had been captured alive by the police detectives. As long as a few people get to the bottom of it, starting tomorrow, there would be countless troubles coming Kingpin's way. There was even a possibility of facing life in prison. Then, he should die. As long as he could hide until then. Just be safe for now. Come on, go look there. I'll go look there. Hiding behind the dumpster, he soon heard the hum of the motorcycle's engine. There was also the noise of people looking for someone. As the voice got closer, he panicked completely. It won't take long to find him there. Looking at the trash can on the side, the man was heartbroken. Damn. I need to survive. Fight. Thinking fast, he got into the trash can. After a while, a few gangsters on motorcycles searched the area. He was about to be found near the trash can, but because of the stench of the trash, they couldn't stand it for long and just left. When the sound outside disappeared, the man quietly raised a slit. After carefully observing the surroundings, he found that the area was clear and came out of the trash can. Want to find me? Not so fa. Fush, asterisk. A punch hit him directly from behind, knocking him to the floor. Damn, you can really hide. Take him back to the boss to deal with. How did you find me? The gangster who hit him smiled. Oh, you can ask Boss Kingpin about this. Notify the others that we found him. You can go. Boss Kingpin asked us not to cause trouble outside during this time, and make extra money. Another place. Several other thugs received news of the retreat. Immediately one of them was unhappy and complained, "Damn, we don't have any extra money for making trouble ourselves. If we don't earn some extra money, what shall we eat?" This spiky-haired man scolded softly after hanging up the phone. He only dared to say such words in his own small team. If he was in front of Kingpin, he would not dare to voice his indignation. Buzzing. Just as they were about to retreat, there was an engine humming from the other side of the street. A few thugs listened. Nice car. One of the thin monkey-faced gangsters immediately said to the spiky head, "Boss, brothers have been tight recently. Do you want?" That spiky-headed thug immediately understood and was a little excited. But thinking of Kingpin's order, he still said cowardly, "Forget it. Boss Kingpin's order, if it is violated." "Boss, it's not like that. We have to live by ourselves. Besides, as long as we do clean work, who would know except our brothers?" The thin monkey-faced thug made a gesture of wiping his neck. Hedgehog thought that he was now in financial difficulties, and he had no money to go to the red light district to play. After thinking about it, he said directly, "Okay, let's go." Several people immediately drove the motorcycle to the middle of the road and blocked it. After a while, they finally saw the approaching car. "Boss, it's a big fish. Audi R8. They recognized it right away. And the big fish was none other than AI himself, who was driving this car. AI also saw a few thugs standing in front of him, so he reluctantly touched his chin. Why are there people always rushing to death? AI stopped the car. He didn't want his car to be scratched or something. Seeing AI stop the car, the other gangsters who were familiar with the road went up with the equipment. Pikachu looked at the menacing group of people, with sparks on both cheeks. "Don't like them?" AI asked, glancing at him. Pikachu. Pikachu said the harshest words in a cute tone. "Little Chew, let's go." Pikachu jumped out of the window excitedly and stood on the hood. A few thugs couldn't see clearly because of the darkness and thought it was a doll thrown by someone in the car. They all laughed. "Ha ha ha, do you want to scare us with a doll? I advise you to come down and give us this car. Otherwise, do you want to be brought along with the car?" Inside the car, I looked at the thug as if looking at a dead man, then said, "Red, black out all the cameras around us." "It's already done, sir." With the surveillance out, I smiled and said softly, "Little Chew, use 100,000 volts. Attack. Asterisk buzz. Asterisk. Asterisk crackle asterisk. Asterisk boom. Asterisk." After a burst of strong electric light, I drove away. Only a few charred corpses remained on the ground. Pikachu tilde. In the passenger seat, Pikachu looked at I happily, as if asking for credit. I smiled, stretched out a hand and patted Pikachu's head. "Okay, let's go see the new house first. I'll make you snacks when we go back." Pika. Nodded Pikachu happily. With what happened to those gangsters, I probably knew how powerful Pikachu was. This was not a funny two-dimensional world. Under the current of 100,000 volts, basically, no normal person could withstand being hit by it. Those gangsters were turned into corpses in an instant. The cameras around the circumference were censored by Red Queen. When the detectives would survey the records, they would only find charred bodies, and wouldn't be able to find out who did it. Soon, under the navigation of Red Queen, I finally came to the new house. The newly bought house was also made into a high-rise building in order for Gwen to easily come over. The only difference this time was that Red Queen bought 2 floors. A new renovation plan had been drawn up. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows, you could better appreciate the night view of New York. "Little Chew, do you like it here?" I stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window and asked Pikachu on his shoulder. "Pika tilde." Pikachu pointed out to the floor-to-ceiling windows excitedly. At this time, behind the two, the figure of Red Queen slowly projected out. "Master, are you satisfied with this house?" With the new equipment, Red Queen could now project herself. "According to the current renovation progress, you will be able to move in a week." "That fast?" I originally thought that he would have to wait for a while. Never thought it would be this soon. Sure enough, the more money, the faster it would be done. No wonder every time Tony messes up his house, it doesn't take long to get it done back again. Yes, not bad. Little Chew, let's go back to sleep first. We just have to wait for a while to move in. Pikachu. At home. I carried a courier upstairs and opened it to reveal a small bed. After Pikachu broke out of his egg, I asked Red Queen for a bed to be directly delivered to the house. During the assembly process, Pikachu had been by the side looking forward to his new bed. Finally, the little bed was assembled and placed in I's room. Okay, you've already played for the rest of the day. You should rest first. Pikachu. Pikachu murmured. I smiled as he recalled, "Ah yes, your snacks. I'll make it for you tomorrow." With I's guarantee. Pikachu just fell asleep on the bed, tired of playing for a day. Seeing him already asleep, I entered into spiritual cultivation again. "Mom, I'm going out." Gwen opened the door and rushed out with a piece of bread in her mouth. After reaching a place where no one was around, she changed into her spider suit and headed toward I's house. Unlike before, this time Gwen carried a backpack. On the way to I's house, she also dealt with a pickpocketer. Pika. At the dining table, Pikachu looked at the lollipop that was placed in the center. He stood up and smelled it with his nose from time to time. And smelled the sweetness inside. Turning around to look at I, who was busy in the kitchen, he asked Pika. "That one can't be eaten, that's Gwen's hero's gift. It has a special meaning. If you want to eat a lollipop, I will buy another one for you next time." Hearing that it can't be eaten, Pikachu immediately lost interest in this lollipop. He just sat at the table again, waiting for I to finish making breakfast. At this time, Gwen had arrived at I's house. "Little Chew, I didn't cook you food, did he?" Gwen sat on the railing on the balcony carrying a backpack. Seeing Gwen coming, Pikachu jumped off the table excitedly and ran towards Gwen quickly. In the end, he threw himself directly into Gwen. "Little Chew, be careful." Although Gwen caught Pikachu, her whole body also stumbled back. Startled, Gwen fired a spider web cleanly, pulling the two of them together. Then she rolled over, hugged Pikachu and landed on the balcony. "Little Chew, do you know that this is very dangerous?" Gwen tapped Pikachu's head lightly. She stood up and walked towards I, her face blushing unconsciously. I, who was making breakfast with his back turned naturally, didn't notice, but just said, "Breakfast will be ready soon. Come on, sit down." "Okay then, I'll show Little Chew what I brought," Gwen said. "Brought?" I turned his head curiously and found that both Gwen and Pikachu were on the sofa. "Do you know what's in here?" Gwen asked as she swung the backpack she had just brought in front of Pikachu. "Pika." Tilting his head, Pikachu looked at the bag with a confused face, unable to guess what was inside. Z-tip, asterisk. Looking at the dumbfounded Pikachu, Gwen opened the zipper at once and poured out various small snacks from it. Pikachu's eyes instantly lit up when he saw the snacks, squealing, "Pika! Chew! These are my favorite snacks, but you can't eat too much," she said. Gwen thought for a while, then raised a finger, "You can only eat one a day." Hearing that he could only eat one, Pikachu's little face suddenly collapsed. With this rule, how much grievance had he made at this time? Seeing his aggrieved look, Gwen immediately comforted, "Two. You can eat 2 a day." Hearing her adding 1 for his snacks, Pikachu was immediately full of energy, nodding happily, "Pika tilde. Okay, let's have breakfast first." Snacks can be eaten when the meal is over. I felt that he was now like an old father, with a cute pet and a noisy daughter. At the table, I cooked noodles for himself and Gwen. As for Pikachu, he boiled gnocchi, a miniature pasta dumpling. In order to make it easier for Pikachu to grab and eat, he boiled it dry. That's right, I. Did you read the news this morning? I ate the noodles and said without looking up, no, you know I don't care much about news. Gwen immediately said, my dad busted a human trafficking organization last night. Her words were full of pride saying it. I also smiled and praised, Uncle George has always been very good. Of course, that's my dad. But according to the news reports, it seems my dad is going to be targeted by the gangsters. Gwen looked a little unhappy. So you want to be at your dad's side to protect him? Said I in a plain tone, earning an exciting nod from Gwen. The reason why she went out in such a hurry this morning was that she saw the report on TV. She knew that her father, George, was in danger of being targeted by gangster organizations. So she hurried to ask I for advice. No problem, just go if you want. If a superhero can't even protect the people around them, how can they protect the world? Gwen nodded sharply and was about to stand up and leave for the NYPD, but I hurriedly stopped her. Wait a minute, superheroes can't waste food either, go out when you're full. Gwen blew a raspberry and sat down to continue eating. Don't worry, there are still gifts for you later. Fisk Industries, basement. In a dark room. The bodyguard head was hung up with only a pair of pants left, and an ice cube was placed under his feet. There were wounds all over his body, not missing a spot. It's not me, I'm not a traitor. It's not me. At this point, being tormented to such degrees, only the mouth of the delirious boss of the bodyguard was spared, so that he could still talk. The two other people, one with a whip and the other with a bottle of blue liquid, frowned at the head of the bodyguard in front of them. What should we do? We have used everything we could, but we still didn't find anything, said the man with the whip. The other person looked at the blue liquid in his hand, saying, we also already made him drink the truth potion. If he really is the traitor, he should have confessed everything when he was dazed. Is he really not a traitor? The man with the whip shook his head and said, whether he is or not, just do the task given to us by the boss. Continue. Just as the man was about to continue using his whip, a sturdy figure at the door walked in slowly. When the two saw the person coming, they immediately said respectfully, Boss Kingpin. Have you asked who the mastermind behind the scenes is? The two looked at each other, and the one with the whip took the lead and said, Boss, he is really tough. I haven't smelled anything even until now. Hearing this sentence, Kingpin, who was already suppressing his anger, made a creaking sound with his hand holding the dragon head cane. At this moment, the man who was holding the whip understood right away. If there was still no explanation after this, Kingpin would definitely vent his anger on the two of them. He thought fast, and quickly said, Boss, we suspect. Hearing that there was doubt, Kingpin immediately asked, what doubts do you have, say it. Yes, boss. We suspect that he has been trained in professional torture, so our torture methods are useless to him. It is possible that this person was specially arranged for you, boss. Hearing this explanation, Kingpin's eyes narrowed, as if thinking of something. If he was replaced by his previous self, it would be natural for him to skip this kind of process that involved deep thinking. But now, Kingpin was different. He couldn't sleep well last night, being suspicious of all kinds of things in these past 2 days. He now looked at everyone with a suspicious mind. Otherwise, after the head of the bodyguard was captured, he would directly torture him without asking first. Professional torture training. Knowing all the dirty work he did, they could also precisely hit every place of the trades he did. All kinds of clues pointed to the same person invariably. A person he wouldn't doubt at first. But now, except him. Who else could it be? Who else could do that? Kingpin stepped out and pinched the head of the bodyguard's chin. Tell me, did Nick Fury send you here? As long as you say it, you won't have to die. The head of the bodyguard, who had been tortured and lost his mind, and he had never heard the name, Nick Fury. When he saw Kingpin before, he always accompanied him with a smile. At this moment, he was delirious, and when he saw Kingpin's face again, he subconsciously smiled. This smile. Kingpin felt insulted like never before. It's like saying, what if you know? Your time has come. This completely ignited the little spark in Kingpin's heart. Sure enough, it was Nick Fury. This black-hearted egghead. With this, it all makes sense. Asterisk click, asterisk. With a twitch of Kingpin's brows, he directly pinched the bodyguard's neck, breaking the spine of his head. Nick Fury. You are too cruel. In RAI's house. A doorbell rang. RAI, who had just eaten his fill, walked to the door and opened it. A white-haired old man stood at the door, staring at the name on the courier bill. Seeing this old man, RAI was taken aback. This old man really resembled the one who delivered the last delivery in Captain America 3. Wasn't that guy a cameo? When the old man saw someone open the door, he immediately asked, "Are you RAI?" "Yes, it's me." "Okay, this is your package. Please take it back." RAI took the box in his hand, signed his name and said, "Thank you." "No thanks, I wish you a good day." Saying that, when the old man took the elevator downstairs, he blew a kiss. RAI smiled lightly and took the box into the house. Seeing RAI return with a box in his hand, Gwen and Pikachu immediately came over. "RAI, what is this?" Pika. Little Chu seconded. "Didn't I tell you? I have your present." Gwen immediately rubbed her little hands expectantly. Opening the express box, inside it was another box similar to a suitcase. RAI took it out and said to Gwen, "Here, open it." Gwen pointed to herself. Getting a nod from RAI. With excitement all over her face, Gwen pressed the buttons on both sides of the suitcase. The trunk lid popped open at once. And inside it, a red and pink spider suit with clearer stripes appeared in front of Gwen. There were also various projections on both sides of the box. Above were some detection devices, indicating the function of the spider suit. Excited, Gwen glanced at RAI and then at the new spider suit. The joy on her face could not be concealed. RAI, I really love you so much. This is great." Not to mention how happy she was at this moment, Gwen even jumped up in the excitement and jumped onto RAI. Pikachu jumped on the table and looked at the Spider-Woman suit in front of him with great curiosity. He stretched out his little paw and touched it. Pikachu felt very comfortable when he touched the fabric of the spider suit. RAI hugged the excited Gwen and said with a smile, "Okay, I know you're happy, but let's try it first. The old one will be put here afterwards." Aha! Gwen picked up the box and walked toward her room. RAI brought back Pikachu, who wanted to go with him, I haven't seen it yet, why are you going with me? I nodded at Pikachu's little antic. Inside the room, Gwen put on a brand new spider suit. But it seemed too big. Gwen was wearing it like a child wearing an adult's clothes. Just when Gwen was starting to feel disappointed, the voice of Red Queen came from the mobile phone on the side. Miss Gwen, the new Spider-Woman suit adopts a resistive rebound design. Just click the spider logo on your cuff to adjust to the perfect size. Really? Gwen pressed it. In an instant, the spider suit bounced back and stuck tightly to Gwen. Cool Tilda. Gwen looked in the mirror, exactly at the new spider suit that had completely enveloped her. Miss Gwen, please put on your hood and I'll explain all the features of the new suit for you. Over New York City. On top of a building, a silhouette of someone standing at the edge could be seen. Red, are you sure this is really okay? Asked Gwen as she stretched out her arms. Under her armpits, there were spiderweb-like gliders attached to her suit. Miss Gwen, the gliding web equipped in the new spider suit can ensure that you have a short-term gliding ability when you fall from a high place. The material used in the glider is highly durable, which ensures that it can withstand wind pressure without being damaged. I'll also show you how to adjust your posture while you're gliding. Red Queen explained as she activated a program. Now, the world seen in Gwen's eyes already had the digital analysis of the Red Queen. Okay then, here goes nothing. Gwen encouraged herself and then jumped down from the top of the building and she directly felt the strong wind pressure as she fell. After a while, Gwen opened her arms, and her whole body started gliding in the sky. I and Pikachu stood on the balcony, watching Gwen slide across the sky. It seems that Gwen is using this suit quite well. Pika. I glanced at Pikachu on his shoulder with a strange look. You said it feels good, want a dress like that too? Pikachu. Pikachu nodded quickly. I glanced at Pikachu, saying, it's not impossible, I'll design it later. After speaking, I turned around and walked back with a happy Pikachu on his shoulder. Gwen, who was wearing the new spider suit, was swinging in the direction of the New York Police Department. Red, where's my father now? Mr. George is still at the police station, and the NYPD is now crowded with reporters because of the reports this morning. Red Queen paused, then continued, they all wanted to interview Mr. George. Gwen thought for a moment, then asked, is this case such a sensation? Not so, Miss Gwen. Last night, bureaus all over New York cracked big cases. So people in the media think that it is all because of the chief of the New York General Police Department who has good leadership, so now they are doing a lot of interviews. They want to spread the word about the heroic deeds of Chief George. Gwen frowned and thought, I always feel that there is something wrong here, but I can't find it. Deciding to trace this feeling, she said, Red, find a nearby place where I can hide easily. I want to protect my father. Okay, replied Red Queen. At the Fisk Industries building. Downstairs, there was a team of lawyers blocking the entrance. Jenny, as the head lawyer, stood in front, looking at the middle-aged people in grey suits with very unpleasant faces. Hello, Miss Jenny. This is the arrest warrant we applied to the court. Please don't interfere with our work. We're going up to arrest Mr. Wilson Fisk. The arrest warrant in front of her made Jenny's face even more ugly. There was a lot of trouble yesterday, and now it's even worse, with arrest warrants coming straight at the door. But she had to bite the bullet and stop them. Sir, I'm very sorry. My client has serious heart disease. He needs rest now. If you rush up like this and scare him, will you be responsible for his personal safety? Jenny said threateningly to the few people in front of her. In the United States of America, everything was done in accordance with the laws and regulations, and people could be arrested with an arrest warrant. But if they caused the suspect to die in the process of arresting him, that would be a violation of human rights. The court would, in turn, punish the assailant. Miss Jenny, you said that your client has a serious heart disease. What evidence do you have? A man in a suit at the front put away the arrest warrant and asked. Of course there is. A lawyer behind Jenny handed him a document and then she said, in that are the results of his diagnosis from the authoritative hospitals. If you don't believe me, you can take it out and see. If you still don't believe me, you can call or send someone to the hospital to check. Hearing her, the faces of several men in suits sank. This kind of ploy, even if they didn't look at those documents, they already knew that they were all fake. Of course, the evidence there was true. But all of these were obtained using money. In this capitalist society, as long as you had the money, you could forge a transaction relationship with the hospital management. Not to mention proof of suffering from a heart attack, the hospital could even issue a death certificate for you. Then when can we meet our suspect, Wilson Fisk? Asked the man in a grey suit. Jenny said in a deep voice, at least wait for my client to rest and be ready to see you guys. Several people's faces sank. Wasn't this just a different kind of arrest? Upstairs, Kingpin had a terrifying face looking from the floor-to-ceiling windows to the company gate downstairs. From the time he thought that it was Nick Fury who dealt with him, Kingpin already knew that he could not do anything about it. But he couldn't figure out why Nick Fury dealt with him. A younger brother came up and said behind Kingpin, "Boss, someone from the New York Police Department has come here with an arrest warrant. Attorney Jenny is holding them back." What to do next, boss? Kingpin didn't say anything, and the little brother didn't dare to ask anymore. After all, the blood stains on Kingpin's white suit had not yet dried. He heard that when he was in the basement earlier, he pinched a person to death and that still didn't relieve his hatred. He proceeded to whip the corpse afterwards. After venting, he went back to his office. As for the corpse that he vented his anger on, it was transported to the sewers in a fuzzy way and dumped there directly. Kingpin held a small mobile phone in his hand. This small cell phone stored the phone number of Nick Fury, the director of SHIELD. Looking down, in addition to the police detectives, a large number of reporters rushed over. Sorting out his thoughts, he said, "You go down first and let Jenny hold off for a while." "Understood, Boss Kingpin." After struggling for a long time, Kingpin finally dialed the phone in his hand. Even if he died, he still wanted to understand the reason for his death. He wanted to figure out why Nick Fury wanted to kill him. If it was the problem of use value, then there could still be room for negotiation. As long as Nick Fury relented, it wouldn't be a problem. Inside the SHIELD headquarters, Nick Fury stood on the high platform, observing the operation of SHIELD. Watching every corner that could pose a threat to the United States of America. Behind him, Agent Hill walked up slowly, then said, "Head, Natasha has entered the Stark Industries interview." Nick Fury nodded, then asked, "Is the true identity of Spider-Woman still unknown?" Hill shook her head and continued, "Except for the video shot by passers-by, the surveillance around the place where Spider-Woman appeared would fail. We have no way of tracking Spider-Woman through surveillance. It can be deduced that she should be a strong hacker. Have you tried sending someone to follow her?" asked Fury. I tried, but an average person simply can't keep up with her speed. Hill answered. She thought for a while, but couldn't think of a suitable adjective to describe it. Because whenever the agents sent by SHIELD would find her, she would just raise her wrist up, shoot a web, jump, and in a couple of seconds, she was gone like the wind. How could she be tracked? When Nick Fury wanted to say something, a cell phone that he had placed at the top of the document rang. Looking at the caller's name, Nick frowned and said, Kingpin. Why does he want? Inside SHIELD headquarters. Nick Fury held the phone in his hand, looking quite terrible. After the call, he glared solemnly at the agent in front of him and said, Hill, why didn't you report anything to me about what happened to Kingpin in these 2 days? On the phone just now, Kingpin's tone gradually became bitter and bitter, as if all he ever wanted was to kill him. Kingpin still hadn't exhausted his use, so Nick Fury wouldn't just watch him fall. Sir, I didn't report to you about Kingpin that day because you said that I don't need to report these gangsters' petty troubles to you. Agent Hill jibed back, not knowing if it was the right call to say this to him at this moment. Hearing Hill's words, Nick Fury's face darkened. But although his face was already dark, Hill could also see that Nick Fury's complexion did not look good. Now that Kingpin is about to fall, he still wants to perform a final stand. Nick Fury touched his head, thought for a moment and said, call the court and ask them to revoke the arrest warrant against Kingpin first and do their best to suppress Kingpin's influence. And look again at who did these things. After thinking about it, he added, then I'll go see him in person. Hill operated on the tablet, as you order, Director. Nick Fury was calm on the surface, but his heart was already turbulent. He couldn't think of anyone who could make this New York City's underground boss who had been standing for so many years in such a state of embarrassment in just 1 day. If this person could be used by him. It's just a king of crimes, so if he really wanted to take him down, then let's just give it to him as a gift. Kingpin, who was standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, had a very awful face at this time. Holding the phone in his hand, he couldn't calm down for a long time. Did Nick Fury really not do this? Then who would that be? Thought Kingpin. For the first time in many years, he felt that he was being toyed with. And there was not even a chance to fight back. Downstairs, Jenny, who was guarding the door, had done her best to block everyone. But as there were more and more reporters coming, the pressure she had to endure had been steadily increasing. For this reason, she had already scolded Kingpin hundreds of times in her heart. It was only yesterday that she warned him not to cause any trouble at this time, but today, he had attracted reporters and police detectives from all over New York. Is the case of human trafficking directly related to Mr. Fisk? Asked a random reporter. Hearing these reporters asking these sensitive questions, she said, sorry, everyone. My client isn't feeling well right now, and it's not convenient for him to be interviewed. Very sorry for that. No comment. Jenny tried her best to deal with each reporter calmly. But more and more cameras were aimed at her, and the microphones almost reached her face. Under such circumstances, no matter how good her psychological quality was, the anger in her heart could hardly be suppressed. Just when Jenny couldn't help but get angry. Several reporters received a call at the same time and walked away to answer the phone. This made her a lot less stressed. The emotions that were just about to erupt also had the chance to be temporarily suppressed. As she prepared to deal with the remaining reporters, more and more reporters were getting calls. The reporters who received the call all glanced upstairs, then called the cameraman and reluctantly left together. Not far away, several police detectives who came to arrest Kingpin with arrest warrants slammed down their fists on the car angrily after receiving the call and drove away. Slowly, at the entrance of Kingpin's company, there were only passers-by left watching the excitement. Seeing that everyone was gone, Jenny instructed the lawyers behind her, "Continue to block here, and call me down immediately if there is any problem." After explaining, Jenny turned and went upstairs. Arriving at Kingpin's office. Even though she was full of anger right now, she didn't dare vent her indignation in front of him. "Boss, what's the situation now?" she asked, curious about what suddenly transpired downstairs. Kingpin sat back in his office chair, glanced at Jenny lightly, and then said, "It shouldn't be a big problem, you should concentrate on yesterday's case first." Now that Nick Fury was in his pocket, he didn't have to worry too much about the current situation anymore. The most urgent task was to use all his strength to find the person who was trying to deal with him. Jenny still wanted to continue to ask questions, but after seeing Kingpin's eyes, she gave up on the idea of finding out what happened and just complied. "Understood, Boss Kingpin." After speaking, Jenny took out a bottle of medicine from her clothes pocket and said, "This medicine can help you cope with the doctor's examination after taking it." Kingpin glanced at it lightly, and said, "You can put it there." He felt that this thing would no longer be of use. With the help of SHIELD, all his problems would be solved soon. Watching Jenny leave, Kingpin picked up the medicine on the table and threw it directly into the trash can. Outside the NYPD. In front of the police station, there was a cafe that could be used to observe their movements. At this moment, Gwen sat there drinking coffee, pretending to read a newspaper in her hand. Originally, outside the gate of the police station, it could be seen that there were 3 floors of the building and these 3 floors were surrounded by reporters who were interviewing. But not long after, all the reporters drove away after receiving a call. Gwen, who watched this scene, was confused, so she asked her trusty assistant, Red, "Hack into that person's phone and listen to what they say." "Okay, Miss Gwen." In Gwen's line of sight, a young reporter ran to a quieter place to pick up a call. A moment later, a middle-aged woman's voice sounded in Gwen's earphones. "Come back, Eddie. Leave this news alone." "But, boss, this is a big headline. If we can get evidence of Fisk's crimes here, it could skyrocket our company to new heights after we release the newspaper." The reporter, called Eddie, said excitedly. He thought that the boss would be persuaded by his words and let him continue the interview. Unexpectedly, there was a roar from the other end of the phone. "Eddie Brooke. I'll give you 2 choices now. Go back to the office within half an hour and obediently go out for me to shoot other things. Or, just resign and leave, you will have nothing to do with me." After speaking, the phone was hung up immediately. Only Eddie was left alone in the circle. In the end, he had no choice but to go back to the newspaper office in order to keep his job. Next, Gwen listened in on a few more calls. She found that the contents of the phone calls were not too different. The bosses of the newspapers called directly and asked the reporters under them to go back immediately. Someone is using official power to suppress these things, Gwen concluded. Red Queen's voice came from the earphone, seconding her guess. "It looks like it, Miss Gwen." The reporters at the gate of the New York Police Department had already walked clean by this time. The door of the police station had once again returned to its desertedness of the past. After a while, a silver car drove over, and a few plain-clothed people walked down from it. Then they ran to the police station. These people were immediately recognized by Gwen as George's colleagues. Seeing their urgency, Gwen knew immediately that something must have happened. "If only I could sneak into the police station and eavesdrop," Gwen said in disappointment. "Of course, Miss Gwen." The voice of her trusty AI assistant Red Queen quickly diffused her trouble, which immediately made Gwen happy. "Can we get in? The transparent light source material has not been successfully developed and cannot make you invisible." Hearing this answer, Gwen was a little disappointed. "But you can send mini drones to investigate." "Mini drone? On your cuff?" Gwen immediately lifted her sleeves, and there was a black spider logo on the cuffs of the spider suit underneath. Ding, asterisk. On the abdomen of the spider logo, a small red light lit up, and then it became alive. After standing up from Gwen's cuff, it flew up into the air, flying towards the police station like an insect. Miss Gwen needs to wear a spider hood if she wants to see the footage. Connectable glasses are ready to be deployed. Gwen immediately left her seat and went to the toilet. Afterwards, she closed the door and locked it. Through the spider hood, she saw a small window, and it was connected exactly to George's office. The detectives who had just returned stood in front of George. The man in the lead said angrily, "Sir, Brandon called just now." "And the people from the court?" "They all said to withdraw the warrant against Kingpin and let us not pursue it any further. All the criminals have been caught. No one was behind the scenes." George nodded gloomily and said, "Before you came in, I also received a call from them. It seems that behind Kingpin, there is really a big backer." George glanced at everyone. "What do you think?" The others also looked at each other. One of them stood up and said, "I think we must continue to investigate. But not too ostentatiously." "You mean undercover investigation?" George understood immediately what he meant. The man nodded. "It seems that this is the only way to go. Only when we have absolute evidence will we be able to arrest Kingpin in one fell swoop. Last night, they cracked a human trafficking case with George, and now all he could think about was those poor people that were abducted last night. He couldn't wait to catch Kingpin and bring him to justice as soon as possible." At this moment, the inspector of Interpol knocked on the door. George said, "Come in." "I'm sorry, Chief George, I just overheard some of your conversations outside." Upon entering, the inspector apologized first. Although George didn't like being eavesdropped on by him and wanted to hit him for this, he still didn't give him a hard time. Besides, he and the inspector had the same purpose now. "It's okay, Inspector. I wonder what you have in mind." The inspector glanced at the one George was conversing with and said, "I think this brother is right. As long as we have conclusive evidence, we, Interpol, can directly arrest people. At that time, even your high-level officials have no right to interfere with us." Then, the inspector looked at George and continued, "You must have seen today how much Kingpin's strength is in New York. Only if we work together can this tumor be cut off." Afterwards, the inspector held out his hand. George hesitated for a while, but nonetheless, he still shook the hand of the inspector, saying, "No problem, happy cooperation." At the windowsill, a small metal spider shared all these scenes in front of the small camera with Gwen. Inside the toilet, Gwen took off her hood, then returned to her seat in the cafe and continued to observe the police station. "The most important thing now is to stay with Dad and protect him," Gwen thought with conviction. "RAI's house." On the computer screen, I designed a small spider suit for Pikachu. Pikachu looked at the pattern on the screen and danced with satisfaction, and squealed. Pika. Pika. Well, I also think it looks good. We'll ask Red to produce this equipment quickly. You'll have something to wear in 2 days. Pika, Pika Pit. I fondly patted Pikachu's head. At this time, the voice of Red Queen came, Master, all the accusations against Kingpin and all the reporters in New York City who came to cover on the news have now been withdrawn. I picked up the corner of his eyes, and asked, can you find out who gave the order? Red Queen continued, it is under investigation, and there will be results soon. No worries, the more hopeful Kingpin is, the more desperate I will make him. Understood, Master. I didn't care about the outside world anymore and started the game in his mind. After harvesting a wave of 4-leaf clovers, he entered the room to see the frog cub. At this time, the frog cub was sitting at the table reading a book and seemed to sense I's arrival. Immediately a small bubble of a smiley face appeared on top of frog cub's head. I also smiled and gently said, pay attention to safety when traveling. The little head of the frog cub nodded, it was really cute. Then the expressions on the small bubbles changed one after another. For the first time, it was a small portrait of a few pairs of armors. Then Alice, then a tough guy, and finally Ash and his buddies. Are you introducing me to your friends? The frog cub nodded happily. I smiled and said, in the future, your friends are welcome to come here and play. In the store, after preparing another bento for the frog cub, I quit the game. Asterisk grumble, asterisk. I, who had just quit the game, saw Pikachu touching his stomach and looking at him with an aggrieved expression. Pika, chew are you? I patted Pikachu's head and said, you little foodie, wait a minute. I'll get you something to eat. Pikachu. Pikachu immediately jumped on I's shoulder and entered the kitchen with him, happily waiting for I to cook him food. At the same time, inside Osborne Industries, Norman and Peter were conducting research, and the subject of the study was the monkey that had derived a second personality. A tube of newly developed blue medicine was injected into the monkey under the operation of the robotic arm. After a while, the equipment used to monitor the monkey's vital signs didn't fluctuate much. Looking at the unresponsive experimental equipment, Norman took off his gloves and walked out of the laboratory. Peter also walked out after Norman. Peter, what do you think is the problem now? After thinking about it, Peter said, actually, I think, maybe our way of thinking is wrong. Our medicine may not activate the monkey's second personality. Norman's eyes lit up, oh. Why is that? It amplifies his other emotions, that is, the monkey doesn't have a second personality, it just becomes cranky at a certain point in time. It's not without reason. Norman patted Peter on the shoulder and said, it's a good idea, but it's still the same verdict. We need to hurry up our research. It's best to complete human experiments as soon as possible. Peter frowned, he cautioned, Dr. Norman, I don't think it's ready for human experimentation. And for this kind of experiment, it's hard for us to find experimenters. Norman smiled, assuring Peter, don't worry, the experimenter has been found. As long as the new drug does not continue to show side effects in monkeys, human experiments can be carried out. Peter glanced at Norman suspiciously and asked, where are the volunteers for the human experiment? Norman looked at Peter and without any intention of hiding whispered, I bought them. Norman said back. That's it guys for this video. Hope you like the video and like, share and subscribe the channel for more parts. Thanks for watching.